What's up, you heathens and demons, you sinners and saints, you beautiful, blasphemous bastards? Welcome back to the Rage. I am the Raging Atheist. I'm your boy Nakasuchi, and I had to do this tonight because it's Lulz week, and I thought I was done with Lulz week. I wanted to take the day off tomorrow, but the Lulz kept coming, and I got something from Smokey. And I have to talk about it. And in fact, I'm going to open it up. So if anybody wants to come in, they can. But first, John Peterson is here. This is a Horse and Bear stream. What's up, John Peterson?
Hey, what's up, Knock? Thanks for having me on for another episode of Horse and Bear. Yeah, I've been having a kind of lousy day myself. It was like a Twitter fest earlier. This new person I followed, and they followed me back. They had that came out of this tweet they had put out earlier. I forget the title of the tweet. I can link it in the description if anybody wants to go look at it. But it was a video clip from a Cheshire Vic Steve McRae stream, and someone had commented in the chat in the live chat of that stream something to the effect of, "Steve, yeah, don't you get non sequitur back? Don't have a partner. If you have co-hosts on your show, then just pay them for their efforts, but don't take on a partner." And Cheshire found that comment, and she very buoyantly said, "Well, hey Steve, would you like to respond to this comment and give them the bad news?" And the bad news that Cheshire thought Steve was going to deliver to this commenter was that Cheshire was already going to be his partner on the Non Sequitur show. Steve went on to not mention that at all, and said a few things that you could just see Cheshire's face fall while he was talking, and kind of intimating that him and Cheshire would talk about it in the future, and they figured out they'll figure out how they'll handle it, when she had thought it was all settled already. And so it was just hilarious. I mean, you got to go watch it me telling you can't really fully appreciate it until you go watch it and watch her crestfallen look, when this happens. And so I thought it was so funny. I went and I changed my Twitter profile, and I had a picture of the look on Cheshire's face when she realized it wasn't going the way she thought it was going to go. And I changed my my Twitter name, not my tag, but my Twitter name to Crestfallen Vic. And then I went about my business. And I tweeted out about something, about the Apostate Alliance. I wanted to, and then somebody popped in and, said I was, made some pejorative comments because of my Twitter pic and accused me of impersonating her. But prior to that, another Twitter user reached out to me and, hey, is this the Amateur Conversationalist, or is this a new account of Cheshire's? And I responded immediately, no, this is John. I just put that profile pick up in that name for a couple days as a joke based on this video, and then I linked the tweet with the video in it. And then like a few minutes later, I get a reply from Steve, why are you mocking Cheshire? What the hell, man? And so long story short, we went back and forth. He was accusing me of all kind of shit that I wasn't doing and haven't done, and all kinds of motives that I don't have and wasn't carrying out. And I went back at him with my true feelings about him and his behavior over the recent past, which I've been wanting to do for a while. But I just didn't want to, get down in the mud with his group. So I will link the thread that this is all in the description as well. You can go check it out yourself. Suffice it to say, when Steve was going after me and his little minions started coming in and going after me, they are the kings of projection. Steve, I mean, I'm not going to go into it in detail, but just you can go look at it yourselves. His whole group over there, I'm done with. I've actually been done with Steve for quite a while. We're talking about a man who platformed a rapist. And then when he was called out about it by the YouTube community, he doubled down when he could have simply said, you know what? I didn't know all this about him. I made a mistake. I'll take the video down. You guys are right. He could have been intellectually honest, but he doubled down. You're talking about a guy who made video after video about a woman, and in those videos even mentioning this woman's children, going online with David, or on a stream with David Silverman, and after this woman had accused them of sexual harassment, then they sat on the stream and said, "Oh, hey, you," and I'm not going to say her name because I don't want to embarrass her. "Oh, hey, you, guess what? I'm sexually harassing you right now," and saying penis, or I don't know, I can't even remember, but and I've always said from the very beginning that the way Kyle played this out, he was wrong. Okay, like the way he did what he did when he, gave Steve the boot, he was wrong. Period. End of discussion. But since that happened, Steve has been acting like a shitbag ever since then, and I kind of kept my tongue, but I just finally today, and I knew that when I changed my profile pic to that picture of Cheshire and I changed my name to Crestfallen Vic, I knew that they were going to come at me. I'm not saying I wanted it to happen, but I just know that group well enough to know after I put that up for lols that they would come after me. And they did. And it got to the point, where Steve was firing 4 or 5 tweets at me at a time. And then finally I just blocked a whole lot of them. If you, and he's accusing me of being a creeper and, a whole lot of behavior that I don't actually display, but he has. I mean, especially that. And I'm not saying I don't like Katie Joy. I said I wasn't going to say her name. I don't like that young woman's content or anything. I really don't pay attention to her. But the way that Steve made it his life to go after that woman, that was wrong. I mean, that was totally wrong. I mean, and he gonna call me a creeper? I mean, go watch some of Steve's streams.
I'm sure they all have. And you know, I've been very critical of Steve when I feel like I need to. And me and you have talked behind the scenes. Me and Steve have this begrudgingly respectful relationship. But I pretty much agree with everything you're saying here. I felt the same way. I've kind of distanced myself. We've kept that level of respect, right? Like he understands that I'm a very honest person and I speak my mind. When I first criticized him, I don't know if he sent Godless Girl after me, but Godless Girl came after me. Um, and I'll always speak my mind if I think you're doing wrong. Just like, you know, if I'm doing wrong, I try to admit it, and I would hope people would call me for it instead of go behind my back and try to cancel me. Right? Call me out publicly and have a conversation, and I can state my case, but don't go around publicly trying to cancel me. And me and you a long time ago, John, we decided that we were going to stay out of the Steve McRae thing.
Yeah.
And I voiced my input when I really felt that I need to. And I understand that they'll probably come after me too. I really, my issues are probably pretty much with Cheshire, and that was because we were friends, and she just blocked me for no reason. Pretty much because I went on the new when they had that new GDC community bullshit, and I went on there for like one evening to have some a night of debate, right? And so Cheshire blocked me, and I'm like, I thought we were friends, you know. So I mean, that's to me, that's what I have taken away from this whole thing is, I thought that me and Cheshire had become pretty good friends, and I realized that I had invited Drag onto a stream that she was on. And I totally didn't understand that there was beef between those two at that time. And maybe she took that in some kind of way. But I truly didn't know at that moment that there was beef between Drag and Cheshire. And so I was like, come on in, Drag, like I always do when Drag is in my chats and I'm having some kind of room, right? And yeah, she was out. And I was like, why did Cheshire leave? And I truly didn't know that. But I know that I got blocked and for no reason. And so obviously, friendship means very little to her. So, I've kept quiet about that, but we had our lulls about it at first. It was kind of funny. It was like, what the fuck? But, I totally support you, John. And you can always speak your voice here. And it doesn't mean that I have to agree 1000%. I'm sure that they're going to lock us together, but that's fine. Steve,
and real quick,
know that I'm a very honest person, and I don't run from nothing. If I don't like something, I talk about it. We are going to be talking about Smokey Saint, audience. I promise. I promise.
Yeah. And just real quick though, something you said a few minutes ago, and you were alluding to another little problem we've been having. It wasn't publicly; it was privately. They're going around trying to.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I'm not speaking of the Steve group, but yeah, somebody did DM me on Twitter and say, "Hey, man." I don't disagree with anything you're saying, but they're going to come after you now. They're going to cancel you. And I basically said, I'm not afraid of any of them. Fuck them. Like, they can do whatever they want. And as far as where it went wrong with me and Cheshire, I still to this day don't have any idea. Much like you were saying, I thought we were friends. We DM'd back and forth. We were in video or audio conferences on Discord, and talked. And then all of a sudden, one day, she just stopped responding to my DMs. And then not too long after that, then I got blocked on Twitter too. I mean, I'm on her infamous, blocked together list or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's all I got to say about it. Just to put a period at the end of the sentence. Fuck Steve, eat a dick.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that's understandable given the Twitter conversation you had today. Now, I was at work. I wasn't part of that conversation. People are going to hold grudges when words are spoken angrily. So, I do know that you and Steve McRae were good friends at one point, and I would hope that, two adults can come together and work out their differences. Eventually, and maybe one day that would happen, dude.
It'll never happen. I appreciate you trying to be magnanimous now, and to sit on the fence. But the thing is it started going bad with me and Steve when he platformed that fucking convicted rapist that was in jail for rape.
Yeah, that's when I kind of started having an issue too.
Yeah, and then instead of admitting his mistake, he just doubled and tripled down and kept saying, "Oh, the guy, he's a good guy," and all that. You guys don't know everything. Well, when a lot of people ask, "Okay, if we don't know everything, what's everything?" Oh, I can't tell you. So anyway.
All right. I mean, unless Jay and Red Fang have something they want to say, we can move on to Smokey now. John, told me before the stream he wanted to get that out, and I'm like, dude, excuse me. I'm like, John's a co-host here. He helps me with this channel. He has his own show, and I'm like, you can speak your mind about anything. I don't care. I'm gonna be mean. I mean, people can try to cancel me or come at me and however that way they want. I'm gonna keep doing this, and I'm gonna keep being me. And if they take down my channel, well, I got another one. So, and there's other platforms. So, I'm not really too worried about. I'm gonna put it this way: I'm not bitch made, so there's not a bone in my body that fears a single person in this world. I mean, I'm kind of stupid like that. Always have been, always will be. So yeah, let's. What's up, Jay and Red Fang? We're gonna have fun tonight. I don't know if you guys saw the intervention, but it was fucking hilarious.
Oh, there was an intervention?
Yes. Oh, last night. Yes.
Is that the one on Smokey's channel?
I think so. CJ, Nicholas, Proclaimer of Messiah, and the Presbyterian guy.
Yeah, I was starting to watch part of that. Yeah, I started giggling a bit.
I got the first half an hour, and I'm thinking I can go for a few hours, so we might even watch more of it if I can pull it up. So yeah, this is gonna be fucking funny, man. But how you guys doing?
Just real quick before you get going. I just want to say hi to Marty Camijo.
Hi, Marty.
She's one of the greatest. Geo Sam, responsible for a lot of the art on this channel and other channels. He's a great guy. Iron Charioteer is here. And if you felt like the aggregate IQ of the live chat went down 15 points, you're correct. Sky Out is here.
I know. I was hoping to get him in because I would love to get his take on the intervention, but I understand him not coming in here because he is kind of bitch made and he's part of that community now. Ooh. And if he goes against the grand leader of Smokey Saint or is in a room with, the enemy of the faith, the Rage, well, then, they might excommunicate him like they did P. Mars.
That's like the verbal equivalent of like you walking up the Sky Out and just punching him across the jaw and saying, pussy.
So we love Sky Out. I kid Sky Out. Come on in. It's gonna be fun.
Yes, Sky Out. Yes, Sky Out. Come on in, Sky Out.
I knew he was here because I felt a disturbance in the force.
Yeah, Sky, I'm gonna be going on Sky Out's channel soon. I just haven't been up in my emails to see if he emailed me back. I'm gonna go up on his channel with the sole intention of just talking shit. It's gonna be fun.
So Sky, why don't you come in? Why don't you come in here and then maybe we can explain to you what a presupposition is.
Did he get? Oh no, I'm thinking of the CJ no true Scotsman fallacy argument you're having. That's what I'm thinking of right now.
Oh, and I already invited CJ to come on, but Knox already got something going on with him next week, so I'm gonna take.
Well, not yet. I don't. Actually, I haven't confirmed. Like, I need to send him an email and maybe do something Wednesday night, but maybe I need to take a night off and have a movie night with my daughter. So we'll see.
Yeah. Well, at any rate, at some point, CJ will come on and CJ's a good dude. I mean, I don't agree with a lot of what he says, but
I'm gonna have a couple issues tonight.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm not saying I don't have any issues with him either. But
he's in this. What we're gonna watch tonight.
Yeah. He's not as big a piece of shit as
we're gonna have some words, CJ. John, you're gonna see.
Oh, all right, okay.
Oh, I mean, CJ was probably the most genuine of the one because I've only watched the first half hour. It's like an hour and a half. So I recorded the first half hour right before work because somebody commented in my video this morning or in my stream this morning in the comments section. They were like, Smokey had an intervention. You have to watch this. Some shit like this with the link. And I'd like click the link and it's Smokey and it's an intervention. And I'm like, fuck yes. But it's a contrived intervention. Like, there's no way this wasn't contrived. This was a plan between the Presbyterian and Nicholas Proclaimer.
Hey, Knock.
Yeah, what up?
Did you see the part where John fucking denies autism?
Oh, on that one stream?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I saw that shit.
Epic mode.
He does not surprise me anymore.
Just real quick, just so you know, for like next week, whenever we put this together, CJ and me went back and forth in the comment section of one of Knox streams, or maybe no, it was Skylar's stream. And
I think it was my stream. It was my stream. Yeah.
Oh, your stream of Skylar's stream. Yeah, maybe. But he is of the mind that if some Christians say that Catholics are not Christian, that is somehow not a no true Scotsman fallacy. And he went on with all the special pleading why it wasn't. And I kept trying to explain to him, yes, it is. Just because you have dogmatic differences doesn't change the fact that it's a no true Scotsman if one Christian says another Christian isn't a Christian.
Hey guys, this pencil's a number 1 pencil. Therefore, it's not a pencil.
Yeah, John, if you haven't met EMC, he's pretty cool, man. I like your sense of humor, EMC. I'm glad you're here. I think we're gonna have some fun tonight. I'm excited because when I watch this, especially once Smokey finally starts talking, I'm gonna spoil it right now. He wrote a script for this shit. That's why I'm saying this is straight up like fucking.
Well, they had talked about this. I remember catching a portion of. I think it was on Smokey's channel. The three of them, that Ryan LaFleur, the other guy, the Proclaimer Messiah, and Smokey were talking about this kind of setup tribunal, and that Smokey's like, well, I'll even volunteer myself to step in front. So that
they have a tribunal now.
It's basically a tribunal, yeah.
Oh my god!
So basically, one Christian gets judged by 3 others.
Oh, and that's exactly what this is. There's 3 others in the room with Smokey Saint.
Mm-hmm.
The Brotherhood has a tribunal now, y'all.
Yeah, that's what they did to Praise and Matt Vaughn. They had their little tribunal on them.
I would tell them to eat a dick. Wow. Holy shit. All right. The revelations are starting. I find it fucking hilarious because I find this one, I think, and I think you guys are going to see, this is very contrived. So 2 of the 3 are on Smokey's side, right? So CJ is the only one that's going to really offer any kind of, hey, you're out of line, dude. You know what I'm saying? And even CJ is going to piss me off tonight. So, I mean, this is fucked up. This is
a little backstory. This all came about when Smokey decided that PMARS, and which even I've said that PMARS's views on Christianity are justifiably heretical. But,
they're definitely. I would say they're definitely heretical. Yeah. Yeah.
But him and Tog, when Smokey was going after, especially Tog, about his views, the Gnostics, and that's where this whole idea was contrived, brought up.
This is fucking insane. Yeah, and we're gonna see, and like I said, I've got all night, so we'll probably watch more than what I recorded. We're gonna see CJ tell Praise they need to do this to him, right? And I'm like, Praise. I hope that Praise gets drunk often, because when Praise gets drunk, he'll cuss a motherfucker out. Like, Jay, he pretty much said he's gonna shoot you. So.
Only if I step on his yard. Only if I step on his yard.
Yeah, that was hilarious. And like, I was going off on him so bad about that, y'all, that even Jay was like, nah, chill.
I had to tell Skylar, But at the same time, I had to laugh when Skylar threw it out at him. I was like, damn, that was a hell of an ambush.
Yeah, that shit was funny, man. That shit was funny. I still have like smiles every once in a while when I think about Praise telling you he's gonna shoot you. I mean, that's way worse than a baseball bat to the back of the head.
Hey, Smokey, if you're watching this, I'm here to tell you that the earth is flat because the Bible says so.
Sky Out's got some balls, y'all.
What the hell are you talking about, dude?
What up, Sky Out?
What up? I know you just bullshitting. You just playing, man. You just trying to.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
I'm trying to talk shit. You know, it's all good.
I always talk shit. I'm the enemy of the faith.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. How y'all doing?
Literally, bro. The Bible says the four corners of the earth, just like a circle.
Hey, so Sky Out, what do you think about this tribunal?
Oh man, what do I think about it? I don't even know because you know what I don't even know Smokey Saint that well. I've only talked to him maybe like 2 or 3 times. When he wasn't that popular, like Praise knew him, and then like he just blew up, and I think he's having a power trip. He's becoming more just
dude, stop it, dude.
Well, I'll take that. I mean, a Christian being even a little critical of Smokey right now.
Okay, but that's fine. But what I want to point out though is in recent times, Sky Out has been all the way up Smokey's ass.
Yeah, we have seen you, Sky.
I've got fucking screenshots.
We have seen you
climbing up Smokey's fucking ass in chats.
Shut up! I know you're just talking shit.
I'm not talking shit. I got the fucking.
No, John's serious.
Hey, dude, I got the receipts. You were in a stream with him, and I mean,
go ahead.
No, I mean, here's the thing. You were in a stream with him, and after that stream, there's no doubt in my mind that I could have swabbed your mouth and come up with Smokey's DNA.
Oh, John!
Always talking shit, John. You always talking shit.
Well, we did do a stream on it, Sky Out.
Did you? I didn't catch it.
Yeah.
Y'all did a stream on it for real?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And
y'all were talking about me. Of course I did.
It had to be rated X because of the. Yeah, all the innuendo going on.
No, what happened was that
what happened was.
Shut the hell up, John.
Hey, check it out. Check it out, man. Check it out, man.
Dude.
Hey, this channel doesn't make claims without having receipts to back it up. So you can just stop.
Yeah. Whatever, man. But
I do appreciate you coming on, Sky Out. It's always a good time when you come on, man.
No, I'm having my channel more sophisticated now. See, I'm done with the insults, John. I'm done with the toilet clowns, the trash clowns, and all the toxic crap.
Oh, but he says he doesn't. He says he doesn't like Smokey though.
I did not say that. I did not say I didn't like Smokey. I just said he's going through a power trip. That's all.
Well, I'll take that, and I'll take you don't like the trash clowns. I mean, that's pretty much like my point with Smokey, right? It's like I don't want to change him as a Christian. I want him to utilize whatever smarts he really thinks he has, and trust me, like I had a conversation with Dr. Josh, and Dr. Josh is like, yeah, the dude's smart. This whole thing about him being a former atheist is just straight bullshit because it's fairly apparent he's been a fundamentalist for quite a while, and he knows his Bible, right? So I just want him to be an honest interlocutor and stop with the fucking bullshit insults, and we can actually have a conversation. Because as you know, Sky Out, if you come at me with insults, well, I'm probably going to win that game.
Yeah, no, I actually watched that one with you, Dr. Josh. I thought you were a lot more professional and sophisticated. And what is this? Sky Out has carnal knowledge of. What does that even mean? Anyways,
carnal knowledge of the thing, man.
What does this mean?
Yeah, but
do you know what the taint? So Sky Out, do you know what the taint is?
Yeah, man. Come on. Why are you even? Why are you?
Well, because that's important when we're talking about Smokey.
Why are you even fucking bothering me? He's talking shit, man.
What does icky taint? Hey, what does icky taint rhyme with, Sky Out?
Why do you even ask these questions?
Smokey Saint.
Why do you ask these questions?
It not only rhymes with it. It has the same like. It has the same rhythm to it, the same like I mean, it just fits perfectly, Sky Out. Like even like Smokey's like, why don't you come up with other names? And I'm like, because Icky Taint is the name for you.
You must have some sort of revelation from God to tell you to call him Icky Taint.
Oh no, I'm just a creative person, man. I always have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was rather brilliant.
Right,
He
wow.
doesn't think so. He doesn't like it. I don't know why.
Nakasuchi
He
doesn't
hates
need
men. He
so-
hates men butthole. He hates men butthole.
Yeah, he
hey,
does.
hey,
He does
Sky,
that. Yeah.
Hey, Sky, Knock doesn't need some imaginary serial killer to give him ideas.
What? Nice presupposition, buddy. Nice
What does that
presupposition.
mean? What does that even mean?
See, I told you he doesn't know what a presupposition is.
The fuck is a
Dude,
pre-supper,
it's so
bro?
easy.
That's
I'm not
called,
gonna go
bro.
through.
A pre-supper is called
linguistics.
lunch.
It's a linguistics. It's in linguistics. If I said I painted a chair, the presupposition that is that chairs exist and I have paint. It's a form of linguistics.
Well, I for one,
We
I'm
wouldn't
glad
eat
you're
pen.
here. I'm glad you're here, and I got to warn the audience when we start watching this, we're gonna get the Christian perspective of the woman's place, right? So I'm really glad that you're here, so we can ask you questions about this and see. If
Well, you were
agree.
talking shit, dude. You're like, oh, Skyle's not gonna come in. And
I know
everything.
because that's what I do, Sky. You know that.
Hey,
Yeah,
it's
hilarious.
real quick before we get too far past it,
Go ahead.
I just want to point out, and I'm sorry, Sky,
Oh, really?
but there is a big difference between linguistic presuppositions and presuppositional apologetic.
You're
They are
still.
completely unrelated. Okay, so when I say you
And
don't
these
have
people
any
are
idea
using
what
fat
presuppositions
words.
are, I'm on firm ground. You don't have any idea what that shit means. You don't have any idea what half the words that come out of your mouth mean.
I don't think John likes you very much, Sky.
Yeah,
I actually like Sky Out because
I stay sophisticated. I never
he's
lose.
my favorite ball scout.
Well, I
Yeah.
like Sky Out because Sky Out ain't never afraid of no conversation.
Yeah.
He will come into any room. It don't matter how many atheists are in the room. I think Christians could really learn that from Sky Out. Like, have some balls and defend your faith and come in and shoot the shit. Don't be a little coward, little bitch.
My channel is going to be dedicated to people like Sock Account and Dragnot. I'm doing the properly basic
Can you
beliefs.
do a video on Mr.
coherentism,
BTFO?
coherentism and fundamentalism, foundationalism, the axiomatic claims, the Munchausen trilemma, the Agrippa's trilemma, and epistemic frameworks. So that's my whole channel now. More sophisticated, no insults. You have to wear a suit to come on my show. Has to be sophisticated.
You wanted me to
You
come
have a
on your
Nobel Peace
show.
Prize.
I still do.
But I don't wear suits. Like Matt Powell told me I had to wear a suit for our second conversation. I told him this. Well, I won't tell you what I told him, but I told him no.
Well, it's a metaphor. It's a metaphor to be classy. If you're gonna come on my show, just
Dude, you know I'm not very classy.
Real quick, hey Knock, what you should do is get one of those
Marty,
t-shirts
that's funny.
that looks like a tux.
Yeah, I should.
Can we get some pogs in the chat?
All right, this is gonna be fun. We're gonna start this shit. It's gonna be Nicholas talks really slow, and I this part's recorded, so I can't like really speed him up. So I'll probably pause it repeatedly. And Scott, I'm really glad you're here because we're gonna have to have a conversation about a woman's place in the Christian community, or if Sky Out even. Or if Sky Out, if Smokey even says anything that says maybe I'm wrong, except for like I'm not going to give it away. I do see we have a triggered Smokey in the chat.
No, that's not Smokey.
Oh, smoked. Oh, all right. Yeah, that's not Smokey.
That's a parody account.
All right, so we're gonna play. And again, Nicholas, talk faster.
Talk fast.
Okay, shalom, brethren.
Speed up your
Welcome
lips.
all. So, earlier today, I suggested to Smokey that because the community has had some complaints regarding how he conducts his discussions and
See what I
how
mean
he
by
speaks
slow
with
speaking?
people when he smokes them.
Yeah, people fucking call me out for being a slow talker.
Like, dude, I mean, it's like, normal people would be the hare. Nicholas is the turtle in the race, right?
That means he's gonna win.
No,
Like,
the
I'm back
turtle
on
ends
foot.
up dying because he's so slow.
I'm back and forth if I want to talk to Nicholas because, like, at some moments I think this is the most genuine Christian I've ever met, and then other moments I'm like, this dude sucks Smokey Saint's dick more than anybody I've ever met.
I didn't even have a chance. I didn't even have a chance to talk to him. I went in. He goes, "I don't want to talk to you because of what you did to Gavin."
He's different, man. He's a bit. I don't know. Like I could totally see him on mushrooms. I'm just saying. I don't know. All right, so I'm gonna let it play for a minute because I don't think it's gonna take long before I find something to be offended about.
Saves.
Smoke weed every day.
Well, let me clarify.
What was that?
Let me clarify. I think that's speculation, though. I think it has something to do with the fact that I found, I Googled Gavin's name and I found that information. I think.
Oh yeah, I totally. Here I can actually do it here because your brother sent me a clarification that I wanted to read and I totally forgot about it. So let me find it real quick.
I'm going to do a live stream tomorrow about some of the stuff, so you don't have to do that now.
All right, cool. Yeah, because there was a very important clarification. Yeah, like this shit was already out there, or I don't know. Yeah. Maybe what time are you gonna have a stream tomorrow?
Sometime, whenever I think about it.
Like if I'm around, if I'm not at work, I'll try to hop in.
So he's not gonna have a stream.
All right, so we're gonna get to this. And Skyle, again, I'm glad you're here because
thanks, buddy.
I'm taking a little bit of shit for the way I talk to Girl Defined, right? And Girl Defined are a couple of girls that promote.
I know
this same patriarchy in the Christian church that I detest, and we're gonna see it on fine fucking display right here.
Before you play it though, do you know the reason why he wanted to make that video with Jen with you? Do you know why, right?
I know why he says he wants to do it now after the fact. Yes.
Yeah, because he wanted to catch you in a contradiction of you saying the same thing. Yeah, about Girl
But
Defined.
he didn't. He's too stupid to realize he didn't do that.
All right, let's go.
And he's too stupid to realize that they're totally two different things. Okay?
And he's really stupid if he thinks that anybody fucking believes that he did that to set me up. I mean, come the fuck on.
His post-hoc rationalization. Well, I only said that because I was setting Nakasuchi.
I didn't really call her a whore. I was just going at nah. Come the fuck on, Smokey.
Hey, real quick before we move on, you said we had plenty of time. So I just wanted to ask our featured guest, Skyle, a real quick question, because I've heard him talk about this stuff before, and Spooky Bedhair just mentioned it in the live chat. Hey, Skyle, could you tell everybody on the stream and in the live chat what the 3 prongs of the Munchausen trilemma is?
Yeah, sure.
That's so weird that I don't know what I mean.
Though when you talk about the Munchausen trilemma, you're talking about the 3 horns of the first one is circular, second one is the infantism, and the third one is foundationalism. So there's
wrong.
There's 3 horns. There's
wrong.
circular.
Go ahead and stop. All right, you already did what I wanted to achieve. Thank you.
Well, that is it. If you actually look at
the 3 prongs of the Munchausen trilemma.
I just told you.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You got one right. You got one right.
I just told you it was circular, infantism, and axiomatic claims. Those are the 3 prongs.
No, that's not what you said the first time. Now you got 2 of them right.
You don't even know what you're talking about, dude. It's coherentism, infantism.
Everybody in the live chat, you know what he just did.
Yeah, just play the tape. Play the tape.
He did say a different word.
He said one of the horns of the Munchausen trilemma was foundationalism.
I just want to say I understand that probably
most people
don't get
axiomatic claims. That's the 3rd prong.
I appreciate EMC's humor here.
Axiomatic claims are
foundationalism is not axiomatic claims.
You're full of shit and you don't know anything.
No,
I'm
not
full of shit.
I love it, Sky. God, you're gonna have to face a tribunal for cursing.
Well, he's gonna have to face a tribunal for knowing as close as you can get to zero about anything philosophical.
we haven't even gotten into this shit yet, and y'all are already arguing,
Right,
and
well,
I
and here's
love
the
it.
thing.
This is why I'm streaming right now.
I know that Knock probably realizes this, but I just produced a short little Sky Out clip for him that we can put on the channel later.
Dude,
Hey, I need to put back.
No. I just explained to him that it was circular, regressive, and axiomatic. And if you don't know, that's a fountain-herentism.
That's not what you said to start
and
with.
infantism.
That's not what you.
It doesn't matter. You don't even know the answer. How are you gonna tell me? You don't even know the answer.
Hey, we can roll it back and play the tape, dude. That's
John. Don't get him to leave before I can have him answer to the women shit.
Do you even know what infantism is? What's infantism?
Yes, I know what infantism is.
Which one of the prongs of the
Wait a
joke
minute.
is there?
Infantism. This is the definition of infantism for this moment right now. It is something that is not one of the horns of the.
You're full of shit. No, I'm done. Go ahead, Knock. Go ahead, Knock.
I think we need to have a debate between Sky Out and John Peterson on this shit on my channel.
I want someone that knows the subject. Soccer.
Well, if he doesn't know it, then you can come and easily defeat him in debate. Now, I'm a terrible moderator, so I'll have to get another moderator.
No,
but
I want sophistication. I'm getting like sock account to come back here.
Scott.
If you can't handle John, you can't handle Sokka.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Here's the thing, Scott. I would debate you. I would stipulate no insults or anything like that, and I would also let you pick the topic of your choice to debate you on.
I don't even want to debate you. I think you're a moron.
But you're undefeated,
rude.
All right,
of course.
Except for the times that he's talked to Soccer Count.
Wait a minute, real quick. It's so hilarious that you just called me a moron, and 3 minutes ago you were being more moronic than anybody I've ever heard in my life, man, because you couldn't even explain the Munchausen trilemma. And then when you got called out for what you originally said, you probably got on Google, and then you got a little more right the second time.
You're retarded, bro. You don't even know what infantism is and which horn does it belong to. You said it doesn't even belong to
I know what infantism is. I know what it is.
It goes to the regressive argument.
It's when you're a baby. It's when you're a baby.
You stupid piece of shit.
You're stupid. Infantism.
Oh, this is why I wanted to stream tonight.
Right here he is.
Look it up, dude.
I wonder if Sokka just heard what you said 5 minutes ago, because he would come in here and rip
you. Shit. All right.
Hey, Sokka. I asked him what the three horns of the Munchausen trilemma are, and he said that it was.
Come in, Sokka.
He said it was circularity, infantism, and foundationalism. That's what he said.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Come on in, Sokka.
Come on in,
Sokka's got 20 minutes. So yes,
bring him in. If he wants to come in, bring him in.
So this is going to be Sokka and Sky Out, and then we'll continue the video. So we'll get Sokka in here. We're gonna remove my screen. Boom. All right.
I am going to mute. But just remember, Sokka, he just got done saying 5 minutes ago that the Munchausen trilemma consists of circularity, infantism, and foundationalism. Those were the three horns of the Munchausen.
Bring it in. I need someone that understands. You don't understand.
Honestly, the Munchkin triangle sounds really stupid.
The Munchkin triangle. I mean, like, hey, what's up, Scout? I mean, it's a little inaccurate. The Munchausen trilemma just talks about the three problems with defining knowledge. Like that's just like you just run into these three horns. Like the idea is that starts off with this pretty simple concept, which is that all knowledge has to be predicated on some type of antecedent piece of knowledge. So, you know that you can't have a piece of knowledge essentially just predicated on a mere belief. You know, that's what people would think. So, you know, because a belief, you know, can be just, you know, just a kind of an opinion of something. It's just any proposition about reality if you think is true. And whether that would consist of any type of grounds to actually justify any knowledge beyond that. So like you run into this problem. So, okay, well, if knowledge has to be predicated on this other piece of knowledge, well, then you're going to run into a problem where you're going to run into these three horns from Munchausen trilemma. One is that knowledge just goes on forever, infinitism, like you said, where it's just not predicated on anything. One is that it's going to try to be justified in some type of circularity. But some would argue that some type of circular argumentation would be fallacious. I don't think that all circular arguments are necessarily fallacious. Some of them are just, some examples of circular arguments can just be examples of consistency. And then you have that, well, maybe that, knowledge terminates in some type of a special type of belief, a special category of belief.
For sure.
What would be something like a properly basic belief, in which case, that you would start off with the assumption, the presupposition that, okay, well, if my properly basic beliefs are correct, well, then I could say that I have knowledge from there. But properly basic beliefs wouldn't be able to be justified outside of the same, kind of problem out of fear of circularity or just, tautological statements. So, like it's, you have to kind of throw yourself on one of the horns somewhere. So like when we've had this conversation with Scott before, where it comes down to, okay, well, where is it that you are throwing yourself in this dilemma? When you make a statement such as like, I know God exists, is that starting off as just like a presupposition, like where you could say like
they're non-inferential beliefs. They're direct. They're accurate. They're just like
it's true, bro. It's true.
It's like causation. You don't need evidence for causation or external minds. It's just they're true. They're axiomatically true. I mean, would you at least agree on that?
But I mean, it's true because
okay, so why should God be treated as a proper axiom in that case?
Is because it's the same as the existence of other minds or the immediate like sensory apprehensions and the existence of the external world. And there's causal regularities. I don't appeal to evidence or justify them, just like with minds in the external world. There's causation there. So,
well, you're assuming that. You're just kind of like again, like you're even a notion of causation.
They're not evidential. They're not evidential. They're not inferential. They are basic. This is how I view God. It's not really that hard.
Yeah, so that's fine. So if you are treating this like a properly basic belief, though, like so one of the interesting things with properly basic beliefs is that most properly basic beliefs are accepted not through any type of circularity, but just because that you accept these things without justification. And a lot of times that you accept these things because that you would almost have to deny them to advocate for the antithesis of position. So for example, logic, the deductive kind of inferences kind of work. That could be a presupposition that a foundationalist might hold. But how would you confirm this? Well, it would have to be through circularity, because the only way that you could prove that deduction works would be to use some type of deductive argument. But then you would be assuming the very basis of the system that you're trying to validate. But then again, well, what happens if you wanted to invalidate the existence of deduction? Well, how would you do that? Well, same thing. You would have to assume that deduction works in order to try to form some type of deductive argument against deduction. So you actually it almost becomes this contradictory viewpoint to do in that way. And it's the same thing with you could bring up any other example here. The reliability of your memory. Well, how would you know that your memory is reliable? Well, because you could think back to all the times that your memory was reliable, but you're employing the very tool that you're trying to validate. Okay, but what happens if you want to make the assumption that your memory was not reliable at all?
We're just talking about causation now, dude.
This has absolutely nothing to do with causation.
No, we're not talking about causation. We're talking about assumptions that you need to make in order to claim something is being reliable. Something like deduction or induction.
Right. So the reliability of your memory, if you wanted to even assume or start off with the assumption that your memory was not reliable, you would still have to appeal to your memory to remember all the times that your memory was not reliable. So you have to employ the very thing that now you're trying to take the inverse position on. Now, when you say that something like God exists in the same category as these other properly basic beliefs, well, I don't see that because there's nothing contradictory. There's nothing that I don't run into problems in my worldview by saying that God doesn't exist. And there's nothing that I have to layer on top of that for any type of belief that comes beyond that. you can't just take a belief and say, well, my position in God is that it's just properly basic. Plantinga tried this, and there's a lot of really good arguments against that. But the other problem then is that, well, if you want to say that the belief in God is properly basic, then you're talking about a belief that is just unjustified. That you don't have justification for that. You're taking this almost like this axiomatic belief.
It doesn't have to be justified. Just like
right,
it does. What are you talking about? Well, you're literally saying it's true because I said so.
It's like
right, but then
of other
you're running
minds.
into this. So all you're saying at this point in time is that based on my assumption that God exists.
No.
Well,
they are known as a result of rational inference. They're not evidential. They're not inferential. They are basic. This is how I view God.
Okay, but so God then has so at that point in time, then if you're saying that God is rationalized in some way, then there has to be some antecedent. So some prior piece of knowledge in which you're predicating that the justification for the belief in God. So God isn't starting.
Do you have a prior piece of knowledge of thought? Does a thought need a prior piece of knowledge? How would you know that?
You must.
How would you know that? What do you mean?
Hold on. So, with this kind of approach, right? If you're saying God is something you can conclude by induction and thus being a properly basic belief, right? You are assuming in some tacit sense that induction, but you have knowledge that induction is a somewhat reliable method by which to obtain the value of a proposition in being true or not true, right?
Of course, the existence of other minds, the immediate sensory apprehensions, and the existence of the external world, and then there's causal regularities. There's no evidential inferential. They are basic. That's how I view God. Just like the thoughts in your mind, you don't need another piece of knowledge to produce a thought in your mind.
The question becomes: how do you know that the method of induction or deduction is something which is logically consistent and accurate to make conclusions about the nature of reality, or in this case, the nature of God?
Because these are beliefs these are the beliefs that upon which other beliefs are based. They are not known as the result of rational inference.
Yeah, they're assumptions.
Okay, but then
or somebody even call them presuppositions.
Yeah, but these possible theistic beliefs can be properly basic and acceptable and epistemically warranted. Because it's properly basic because it's a direct, authentic, actual awareness of facts and reality versus some false, inauthentic, misguided, or misleading awareness.
So here's the issue that I'm taking particularly with this, is that you're saying that God is something which is a being which is reflective of reality, whatever ontological state that happens to be. You can say, for instance, that God might be something that's properly basic and that you can't reflect that further. But to continue that in saying that it's somehow a reflection of reality means that you have an apparatus, being your senses, that is capable of coherently being able to make propositions which are true or false about the nature of reality. And that's something which is not properly basic. Something like deduction are trivial.
It's just like epistemic. If people are epistemically entitled to believe that, like for instance, you're seeing a tree or a person is angry, you don't need evidential inferential justification, just like God. So I don't know why you would need a person.
But isn't there evidential justification when you observe that somebody is angry? Aren't there things from which you infer such a conclusion?
So let me address that, right? So the reason, like when I look at a tree or a bird and say that, oh yeah, that thing is a tree or a bird, is because there are qualities which are definitive and which are descriptive.
But you don't need another piece of knowledge. That's what I'm saying.
It's got to be universally observable.
Well, that's the thing, right? You're describing God as something which is fundamental to and reflective of the nature of reality. And if you're defining God as just being reality, fine, that's the case. Reality is.
I look at God the same way as we look at the external world.
Hold on, let this guy out. Let this guy out go.
I said in God's existence on the basis of experience that you find belief that's not rationally defeated, then the belief in God exists. It has epistemic warrant for him. when this sort of, you have to ask yourself, is God belief properly basic? If the believer has an epistemic duty, reflectingly carefully on the reasons they might defeat this sense of God and remain convinced that it's God, that the belief is epistemically inculpable. So you have epistemic rights to believe in that claim to be justified. You can't say the thoughts in your mind right now. You need pieces of knowledge or pieces of proof to
Hey,
produce
real quick, Scott, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but to understand what you're saying, I need you to real quick, because I'm pretty stupid. Could you define what inculpable means?
I'm not gonna play your game, John. We're talking about.
I don't know what it means. Define inculpable for me.
If you're using a term like inculpable, or if I'm using a term like solipsism, the polite thing to do is to be able to define that term.
Why can't you use a small word that makes sense?
But more to the point.
But you know what it means. This is just trying to prove me wrong.
I do know
what it means.
For clarification purposes, inculpable means to be free from guilt or blameless.
Well, there you go. That's exactly what I mean.
You couldn't have said that. You couldn't have said that because you're no baby.
Back to the original point. Your point is that God is a belief which is something which is epistemically justified. Sure, I can grant you that, but that's not something properly basic.
No. Let's look at a tree.
I can't grant that. What's the epistemic justification for God's existence?
Again, do you need epistemically inferential justification when you look at a tree? When you see a tree, it's obvious.
You're assuming that God is an obviously existent thing, and obviously he's not. So this is just an inconsistent comparison fallacy.
I've literally never seen God in my entire life. You've never seen God in your entire life.
I've seen trees. Okay, there's a precedent for trees. There is no precedent for God.
All right, guys. All right.
Hold on, one at a time, guys.
Yeah, one at a time.
What they're bringing up here, Scout, is like one of the common kind of objections to this idea that God can exist as this properly basic thing. And like when I brought up Plantinga with this example, like one of the common
Plantinga. It's Plantinga. Albin Plantinga is how you pronounce his name. It's not Plantinga. It's Albin Plantinga.
Leo, Sokka's Canadian. Sokka's Canadian.
Anyway, the thing, the common objection to this is something like called like the Great Pumpkin objection. Okay, the Great Pumpkin objection. Like if it's a Charlie Brown Halloween special, the kid with the blanket sits inside the pumpkin patch, and he has this belief that the Great Linus. Thank you. Are you sure it's Linus or Lintinga? I can't remember.
It's Linus. But, I almost said Lionel.
Lionel.
I almost said Lionel. That's why I didn't say anything, because I was like, I don't think that's right.
I don't remember Lionel Richie being in any Peanut special, but actually.
But the idea is that the Linus has this belief, this talking about this non-inferential belief that the Great Pumpkin is going to return on Halloween and to the most deserving of pumpkin patches out there. And the comparison is that type of non-inferential belief is no different than the type of belief that you could have in God. Is that like there's without any type of kind of like prior justification for any of these things, and without the type of epistemic warrant that we put in any other type of beliefs or knowledge claims out there, is that it's no more rational to believe that God exists than it is to believe that the Great Pumpkin exists. But you could actually just use exactly the same argument, not just for like something like out there like the Great Pumpkin, but or any other religious sect or spiritual community out there. That it's perfectly rational within communities in like Haiti to believe in like witch doctors and blood magic, and then they have exactly the same type of justification that you have in God. So essentially you can use anything, that you can start to justify almost any type of spiritual or religious belief in exactly the same way that you're doing this. So there's no kind of like so what would you end up starting doing is you just start special pleading for the God that you want to be true.
Actually, let me just respond to that, Sokka, because I was going to say the existence of a mind.
Just stay quiet.
the existence of a mind is independent from external material world, so it's also immediate and non-inferential. So the
Do we have
basic mind
examples
is
of that?
independent and external in the material world.
Show me a picture of God.
Yeah.
Show
Same
me
thing
a
with the Great
picture of
Pumpkin.
God.
Same thing with the Great
Show me
Pumpkin,
a
man.
picture of
Like
God.
everything that you just used to describe this, I could apply those attributes to the Great Pumpkin.
So hold on a sec. I do want to drive back at the heart of the
You're
issue.
just calling Pumpkin God. That's all you're saying.
So
You're calling God real, dude. Like, what?
No, it's not, because I'm not attributing the same attributes in the sense that the Great Pumpkin is this thing that it created the universe or anything like that.
Exactly.
But the level of what you're assuming as the qualities that are necessary to make that belief properly basic, can be applied to literally anything.
No, you don't.
So
shut up, John. Shut your mouth.
Real quick before
Shut your mouth, John.
Before we get too far past it, I just want to. A few moments ago, Sky Out, you took the example that they were giving them a bird or a tree,
right?
And you said, just like when you see a tree, it's the same thing. Okay, so are you claiming that you have seen the God you believe in?
Dude, I'm saying the existence of a mind is independent of external material world.
That's
also
a claim.
immediate.
But
that's bullshit, though.
Have you?
And that's also pussy.
Hold on.
We know we're all thinking.
Answer my question. Are you claiming? I mean, because people have personal experiences of God. Are you claiming that you have seen and communicated with the thing that you call God?
Yes, of course. We all have. That's why there's Christians, and we are
Well, then that's why we have Hindus and Jews and.
I'd personally like to congratulate you on accepting the fact that the Matrix and being a brain in the vat is a real thing. Congratulations.
Yeah.
But,
we have
so
medication for that.
Get red pilled, loser.
But so the other thing is that you asked about the nature of justification for something like, do we have to justify our knowledge of trees existing? And let me answer that by saying yes. And the reason for doing so is trees have definable and abstract characteristics which we apply to them. And when we observe a tree with our eyes, we can compare what we see to the state of abstract propositions to see, are these things true or are these things false? There are a set of definable characteristics which define a tree as being a tree and as being something distinct ontologically.
No, I'm saying that when you look at a tree, it's just
I'm not done.
obvious.
I'm not done, Sky.
I'm not done. Let him finish.
I was saying that believing in God is just as obvious.
No, Sky Out, let Immutable finish, and then you can respond.
All right, go ahead.
So the issue that I'm bringing up is that with the way that you define God currently as being something which is reality, there is no set of attributes by which I can ever refute or validate that type of thing existing. I would have to have knowledge of something beyond reality to compare reality.
Okay.
What do you say about that, bro?
Well, he's just arguing that he needs a prior piece of knowledge to justify his conclusion, and then it's just going to go off.
That's kind of how it works.
Yeah, exactly. And what I'm saying that there's non-inferential beliefs.
Well, no, that would still apply to your thing because your thing doesn't exist.
You don't even know what you're talking about. I'm talking
You don't know
about.
what you're talking about, bro. What are you saying?
Well,
this isn't something that's universally
actually EMC is pretty dead on from what I'm getting.
Let me ask the following then: how do you know that the God that you believe in and claim to have a belief in has the properties that it has as being distinct without using an inferential or inductive process?
How do I know?
Never seen it.
How do I know?
How
do I know it's distinct? If I could talk, how do I know if it's distinct or an inferential process? It's because it's just like recognizing my brother's face. It's direct.
Right.
But you've never seen God. You've literally never seen it. You can't say it's there when you don't know it exists.
All right,
you just think it does.
Immutable, respond real quick, and then Leo has his hand up, so I want him to jump in as well.
The issue being with your brother's face or with anything else in the universe that exists, you have something as a background to compare it against. I know other people who are not my brother or who are not my sister or who are not my pet, and I can make a valid assessment of something that is. You're saying God exists inherently in reality. And
so he wasn't done. My bad.
That's not something that seems to be something we can validate or know to be true.
Okay. I was going to say that there's a basic foundational belief. We don't need to give an argument of their existence. We don't need empirical inferential arguments. I don't need to infer to an analysis.
You're
It's
using
clear,
giant words, but you're
direct.
literally
Let him
just
finish.
saying it's
Let him
true 'cause I
finish.
said so.
Hey, go ahead, Leo. Go ahead, Leo.
So, and Perfect already hit the nail on the head with his question, but I was going to ask King Skyout, or Skyout as I know him, can you give an example of a mind which exists independently of a physical processor which generates it?
Good question.
Can I give an example of a mind that exists independently from the external world? Is that pretty much what you said?
No. Can you give an example of a mind which exists independently of a physical processor which generates it? So for humans and pretty much any living creature that has any remotely relevant level of consciousness that we would prescribe to it has a brain. Give an example of a consciousness existing independently of the physical processor generating that consciousness. And you can't use God, otherwise you will be in blatant textbook commission of the fallacy of circular reasoning.
And a little special pleading.
I would say that
by assuming
I think the argument actually works against you because there's
I haven't made an argument. I asked a question.
Yeah, the
That's a question, man.
Your question is pretty much in the form of an argument. But
no, it's not. All I'm asking you to do is show me a consciousness that exists independently of a brain, because that has never been observed by humans. And you asserted that God is a mind existing. You know, yes, you did. You asserted that minds preclude brains. Hold on. I'm not presupposing anything. I'm working from what you said. You essentially stated that minds preclude brains. Demonstrate the truth of that statement by giving an example of such.
Minds preclude brains, but you're assuming and presupposing.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you to demonstrate.
I can't even talk.
Asking a question. I'm
because
answer the
you're
question.
making assumptions about what I said that I didn't say.
I can't
That's
even talk.
why I keep interrupting you. Don't misconstrue what I said, and I won't interrupt you.
All right. So yeah, we'll let Skyout respond, even if it's stupid.
Just answer the question instead of saying things that are not an answer to the question. Just answer it. Don't refute the question, dude. Like literally.
Stop. Again, the minds that you were talking about, the existence of other minds, and the immediate sensory apprehensions and the existence of the external world and the causal regularities. Again, I don't need to appeal to justify them. There's causation here, so they're
you are literally saying the same thing that you have said at least twice.
Hold on. I want to hear Skyout's response, please.
So do you understand that God's existence is based on the belief that are not rationally defeated? So then the belief in God exists as an epistemic warrant for them. You don't need.
Hold on. Please, I want to hear Skyout finish. Please.
Thank you. I try to be sophisticated and keep it professional. But I argue that knowing God is direct, it's immediate and basic. We shouldn't need to justify believing in God on the basis of anything else, because believing in God is a foundational in our belief system upon which every other beliefs are based. So consider that what you said about.
How do you demonstrate that truth? Because that in and of itself is a claim. Can you demonstrate it?
So consider some beliefs that we all have that we basically never seriously question. Like, let's say when I'm around other people in the existence of a mind. Well, if I'm around you, I know that there's existence of a mind that's immediate, intuitive, and obvious. That's the same thing. That's what I'm saying about God. Believing that there's a God is obvious.
God is not obvious because there are people who don't obviously accept. I don't think anybody here who's an atheist would disagree that you have a mind and that you are your own. So that is something that is obvious. There is what is referred to as an implicit empirical basis for it. There is absolutely zero implicit empirical basis, not just for a God, but for the existence of anything non-natural. So it is not a properly basic belief. It is not something inherent to people. You are making a claim, and I'm asking you to substantiate it verifiably. Please do so.
Okay, calm down, young man.
Let's give evidence.
Lower your voice. Lower your voice.
I am calm. Are you going to address my answer or just
I
make
don't think you're a moderator.
Leo's good, man. Leo's good. Leo's always just he's spunky, man. He's spunky. So just answer.
Okay, thank you very much. I was gonna say that I was gonna finish what I was saying, that believing in God is obvious just by believing what you're saying that has a mind. I see that you act and you talk and you respond. So the existence of other minds, just let me finish. The existence of other minds is a basic foundational belief. We don't need to give an argument of their existence. We don't need empirical inferential arguments for their existence. I don't need to infer an analysis. It's clear, it's direct.
Yeah, just real quick.
Literally, dude.
Wait, just real quick. Scott, I'm sorry I interrupt you. I'll unmute you in a second here. The thing is, the reason people are chortling in the room and going to interrupt you is because you are just stringing words together that mean absolutely nothing and have no relationship to the questions Leo Filius asked you. So, maybe Leo Filius can state the question again, and maybe you could attempt to actually answer it.
So the thing is he essentially made the statement that minds preclude brains. But that's not something that humans have ever observed. Literally, everything we have ever observed that has some level of consciousness, whether it has a brain or not, because consciousness, quite frankly, in some senses precludes a brain, but it still requires a physical substrate, like slime mold. Slime mold can work its way out of a maze, but it's not conscious. But there's still a physical substrate there.
Okay, mind precludes brains.
So mind cannot exist without experience. You have to experience in order to have a mind. So
I would argue
there was no existence prior to the beginning of the universe.
Your argument's bullshit and you have a low brain, bro.
For there to be a mind.
I can't even hear you because everyone keeps talking, but you're pretty much saying minds preclude brains, and you're arguing about
precludes brains, but not physicality, which is what you're stating.
Oh.
You're stating that minds are immaterial, and correct me if I'm wrong.
That's not what I said. I pretty much said the complete opposite of what you're saying.
No.
I say the existence of a mind is. Oh my God! Shut up. The existence of a mind.
I'm right.
The existence of a mind is independent. You don't need more evidence for a mind, just like God. You don't need justification.
But every mind we've ever observed has a brain. Where's the brain of God at?
We observe minds with brains. You make a claim of a mind without a brain. Even fucking computers have brains, dog.
Because they have a motherboard.
Okay, here's the issue with the type of syllogism. Here's the issue with the type of syllogism we're trying to draw. In every case that we have observed a mind, there has always been a physical substrate by which that phenomenon is emergent, that being consciousness, or what we sometimes call the mind. In your case, you are trying to say that there is a mind which is independent of any type of material activity at all, which is God. Now, unless you believe that God is something which is physically manifest somewhere in the universe, that claim is true.
Okay, can I please respond to that, dude? I mean, for real. Thank you very much.
You're going to repeat yourself. That's all you do. You only repeat yourself. You haven't said anything
please
different.
Let Sky Out respond. I understand sometimes it's hard to listen to him, but just please let him respond.
It does get a little irritating, but Sky Out is Sky Out. Please, respond, Sky Out, please. Let's all let him respond. And he is the only Christian here.
Right. I was just gonna say that. At least he's got the balls to be here. He's up against a bunch of people. So
where's Smokey? Huh? Where the fuck is Smokey?
Smokey admitted that I'm not retarded last night, so he's not going to be here. So
I mean, here's the thing with
I am retarded.
I said to Scott, I said,
hey, earlier making a spectacle of himself.
I'll debate you on whatever topic you want to debate on. And he said, no, I want Sokka. And then Sokka magically appeared. So
no, I've already discussed this on my channel with Drag. I don't know if they if Sokka wants to come on my channel.
Talking about
See,
Dragnot?
Exactly, Dragnot. I didn't want. This is not mean. This isn't bash Sky Out Hour. I'm willing to learn more. You know, I'm not saying I know more than y'all. Right?
Sorry to interrupt, but I gotta be honest. I'm actually genuinely trying to understand your position as a theist and criticize it to the best of my ability. And I want you to respond so that I understand what your position is. I understand.
Yeah, Scott,
don't want to let that happen, but
you always get respect from me, dude, because you come in these rooms. A lot of people don't, and you know, I mean, you're going up against Sock Account. You got Leo who knows this shit, and Immutable Destiny's fucking brilliant. So
he's pretty good too.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, you got respect, dude.
Bro, you literally dodged his question when he's like, evidence, give evidence. You're like, no. And it's like literally like, lol, question mark.
Well, he was talking about the minds and before brains and brains before minds, and you know, do I know anything from independent from a brain? Is that what you're saying, Leo Felius?
Well, the point that I was getting at is we've never observed any form of consciousness existing without a physical thing there that it exists within. So if you're going to posit that there is a mind that exists independently of a brain, I'm going to ask you for a precedent for that. If you can't provide a precedent for that, given that the precedent is completely against that, I'm sorry.
I can hold on. I can give you the evidence, but you're saying that observe. You're assuming that you have to observe, and I'm saying that when it comes to God, you don't need observational evidence because he's beyond time and space. He's invisible.
So even subject that claim.
Wait. That was smoked. I thought it was Smokey Saint, but it was Smoked Saint. I was about to say, get your ass in here, but it wasn't him. So
the thing is, right? You're saying, Sky, you just said that you don't need observational evidence in order to make in order to make a proper inference about this thing. However,
Thank you, Immutable.
However, in that case, if that is indeed what you're saying, which, given that you agree, I believe it is, in that case, then, if you have no basis in terms of observation in whatever form that is, how is that notion justified, right? How do you make this claim of what something is, its ontological value?
What you just asked me a question. What notion do I have to be justified? And I'm going to answer you. What notion do I have to be justified? Shut the hell up. The motion that I have to be justified is through see, there's different type of revelational epistemology, and there's difference of general revelation, special revelation. So general revelation would be like to anyone, and special revelation to be a specific person or group. So when you talk about the justification aspect, what is knowledge and what is the justification for knowledge? So philosophers say that knowledge needs to be justified with
justified true belief is the justification for knowledge.
Let him talk.
Okay, thank you, Immutable. I was going to say philosophers say that knowledge needs to be justified with another piece of knowledge or another piece of antecedent prior piece of knowledge. So this brings us back to the trilemma. So if I make a knowledge claim, certain people that make knowledge claims need another piece of knowledge in order to be justified. But when it comes to, which goes to infantism, but when it comes to God, he's eternal. So that's
a knowledge claim.
But so, again,
here's the issue, right? So here's the thing, right?
Shut up.
Hold on. What was that, Jay?
Hold on. Let Immutable speak, then Jay will go and we'll give Sky Out a chance to respond.
Thank you.
So here's the thing. That what you're discussing is actually a good point. It was the point that Bart was that Sock Account was actually trying to make earlier, which is this notion of the fact that if you keep asking this question of how do you know, it leads to a notion of infantism. However, the issue with that is you can just as easily say that some of these things, which we call axioms, are something which are properly basic, that they do not need justification external to themselves.
That's what I'm saying about God, by the way.
Okay, so the thing is, right? The issue with the thing is, what's being challenged of you particularly is that with axioms that we commonly adopt, such as law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle, and so on and so forth.
Logical absolutes, sure.
Yeah, we have reason. We have some. We have prior justification by which to accept them, We
They're
have
not
reason
perfectly
why
absolute.
they're properly basic. However, what reason is there to assume, or which shows that the notion of a God claim is something which is virtuous as an axiom?
Oh, exactly what Leo Felix was talking about when he spoke about observational evidence of minds prior to brains. I would say that we do not need justification for the axioms because they're plain, they're obvious, they're direct, and they don't need any form of justification. Like, do you need for example? Hold on. Just for example, do you need justification for the thoughts in your brain before you speak? So you don't need justification for the thoughts in your brain.
Yeah,
You just think it's there.
Actually, you do. You want to know why?
Hold on.
If I said Mexican sticky balls out of nowhere, that doesn't mean anything because I didn't give it any thought.
But what came before that? Hold
on. Jay has been waiting to ask a question. Go, Jay.
Yes.
Yeah, just a quick question to just kind of assess this. Something I asked Praise a while back. But Skyle, do you believe that the reality that we all seem to experience is in God's mind, or do you believe that reality that we all seem to experience is a product of God's mind?
It's we live in the external world. We live in an external world, so it's not a product of God's mind.
Okay, just wondered.
Okay.
Wow, so you're saying nothing.
Let me know when I can jump in here again, please, guys.
Yeah, if I can go back to the previous one, right? What Skyout has done, whether or not he realizes it, he's become a nihilist, and the reason for that is the following. If there is no reason, if there is no justification which needs to be offered for any properly basic beliefs that we have, and we can regard these things as axioms, we can regard anything we wish as axioms, and any statements which we make about the nature of reality. And
that would be true. Okay.
It would be true, but you see, God is just absolute.
Hold on, guys. Hold on a second. Well, I think what he's trying to tell this guy is there has to be a justification for something to be axiomatic. I mean, it's axiomatic, but there still has to be a reasoning behind it.
Okay, how about this? Your thoughts are axiomatic. You don't need justification for thoughts. They're axiomatic. Done. God.
Here's a thought. You want to hear a thought?
All right, guys. Check this out. Saka wanted to get in. Saka, go. Leo Felix, go after Saka.
Can I finish my point, please? I never really got to.
Yeah, go Mutable.
The point that was trying to be made is that if there is no justification by which to ground an axiom, which you can provide justification, it's just external to the axiom. If you don't need any justification for an axiom, you can claim anything you wish to be an axiom. And in that case, then, there is no cogent way to make truth claims or knowledge claims about the world around you. And thus you know nothing at all.
So you're saying
what I'm saying is he's functionally retarded.
Hold on a second. Go ahead, Scout. Respond real quick to Immutable's point, and then Saka, and then Leo Filius. And Leo Filius, you might as well keep your hand down because Saka's gonna go. So when
Saka's the one in the middle.
Tell me who Saka is in the
Bart.
Is that Bart?
Bart.
Is that EMC?
Bart. Yeah, Bart. Yeah. So go ahead, Scout. Respond to Immutable.
Everyone interrupted me. I couldn't keep track. Go ahead and say what you're saying, dude.
Okay, go ahead, Saka. Go ahead, Saka.
No, this is the point that we kind of established early on. Like you say that these things have epistemic warrant, but you haven't demonstrated by on how these things have epistemic warrant, or what you even mean by epistemic warrant in that context. Okay. Because the same thing can be and this goes back to the examples I brought earlier, and the same ones that Mutable Destiny just reiterated here, is that you can use exactly the same type of argument that you're using to justify voodoo, Hinduism, Dungeons and Dragons blood magic. Like you can do exactly the same thing, because there's what you're saying, you're not actually providing any type of epistemic warrant outside of just saying, well, we have it. We have it. Like, that's it.
Well, yeah, we have it. Because there's things that are evidential or inferential, and they're basic. And this is how we view God. There's compelling evidence that, for example,
okay. So sorry. So let's start off with so what would you view as like an inferential belief? Give me an example. What makes a belief inferential?
What makes a belief inferential and not evidential is the existence of other minds, the immediate sensory, your apprehensions, your sensory apprehensions.
No. I asked you what makes a belief inferential. Not, can you give me examples of what you think inferential beliefs are?
Okay, what makes a belief inferential? I would say what makes a belief inferential is that what makes it inferential is that they're properly basic because they're epistemically warranted through to being direct and accurate and obvious. So just like the things about the external world and causation, there isn't any compelling evidence for them. But just like your sensory apprehension, and just like with the mind, see, I don't appeal to evidence to justify them. And with the mind, from the external world and causation, so there is no evidence for them.
Sorry, what do you think an inferential belief is?
An inference. Oh my God.
No, I'm curious. What do you think an inferential belief is?
An inferential belief is like your.
No, not what it's like. What is an inferential belief?
Oh, okay. What is an inferential belief? It has to be something that's epistemically warranted.
Okay.
The question wasn't about if an inferential belief is epistemically warranted. It's asking about when I make a claim about an inference. What exactly is meant by that? What the semantic value? What is that? What is the semantic value of an inferential claim?
What's the semantic value of inferential claim? Like you were just saying about the something that is axiomatic, but you're saying you need justification for axiomatic claims, and I'm saying you don't need them. Just like
No. An inferential claim, it is the ability to discern the quality of some object based upon known qualities of another.
Okay.
It is the ability to draw conclusions of one thing based upon something else.
So you need a prior piece of knowledge to attach to another antecedent piece of knowledge to justify it.
No, I mean, like, that's just a kind of a something that we just talked about when we refer to knowledge just in general. Okay. Like, but there, you brought up inferential and evidential, type of beliefs. But I'm just wondering when you say, because you keep on saying that this is inferential, and there's, but I don't think that we're using inferential in the same way, because. I would, when we talk about like something being like an inferential belief, we're talking about the conclusion to a belief formed from the concluding through some type of reasoning, not just pure like evidence, like I see this here and like bang, just like some type of like belief forms on it, but in actual, like, taking a look at like a situation and reasoning yourself to a conclusion rather than just observing it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, reasonable, rational, and then observing it. Yeah, I got it. But what I'm saying is that the existence of a mind is independent and external from the material world, is also immediate and non-inferential and basic. And so mind is independent from external material world.
Yes, I see you, Leo. We'll get you in.
What?
No, I was talking to Leo, is chomping at the bit to get in here. So
what's up, Leo?
So I wanted to ask you, Sky Out. My cell phone that I have here, admire the beautiful picture. Rage knows who that is because he wears a hat. He should know who that is. And if it's not his favorite character, me and him are going to throw hands. Is there a difference between these two objects? And if so, why?
I was actually off screen. I was looking at a different screen.
Okay. Do you recognize that face?
Oh yeah. That's my girl Hermione. Yeah.
I don't care who it is. It better be your favorite character, or we're gonna throw hands. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, Sky Out, is there a difference between these two objects? If so, why? If not, why not?
There's a difference between the two. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Why is there a difference between them? Hold on, please. I'm making a point.
I know.
What is the difference between these two objects?
One is
and I know you know Immutable. That's why I'm stopping you.
What is a phone? What is a can? One is a phone. One is a can.
Okay. So what you're saying is that this is a phone, right? This one is a phone, a cell phone, and this is a can. They're different, right? We can observe they're different. We know they're different.
Yes.
That's not something that really needs to be justified, is it? Because we can observe it and know it to be the case. That is called the law of identity, I believe. So it's because you keep making the claim that we don't need justification for knowing that God exists. But we kind of do, because where you posit God for things, I could say it's a unicorn, I could say it's fairies, I could say it's a leprechaun. All of those have the same explanatory and predictive power. So my question is, how are you differentiating between God existing and being the cause of certain things or responsible for certain things and maybe fairies doing it? How do you differentiate between that? And I will be listening, but I'm going to stop my cam and my mic because I got to run to the bathroom, but I will be listening.
Sure. Okay. You brought up the can and the cell phone. Basically, what I would say, there are things that exist in material world, and there's things that basically are independent from non-inferential and things that are just simply basic. So you don't need any sort of justification like God. So my believing that there's a God it's immediate. It's just like me looking at my brother. It's like me looking at my brother. I recognize other people's faces. That's immediate. It's clear and does not need inferential arguments. There's no justification. Okay. So go ahead.
But what makes God so obvious that we don't need to infer his existence from anything prior? Because I mean, like, we can look at that beer can and we can look at that phone and know that they're different just by looking at them. How do we infer that God just exists without having to actually prove it? What is the precedent there?
How can you get others to independently verify your claim?
You have to explain why it's like just like it just is. You can't just say it is.
Yeah, I don't think I explained this. Hold on. Sorry.
Hold on, one at a time, guys.
I didn't.
In more epistemology, knowledge is because it's.
I know. Let him talk.
Okay. Oh, he muted himself.
Yeah,
Leo, you're on mute.
Lasaka could talk.
So it seems to me that you're making the claim that you somehow know that God exists. Because
Leo, let Saka talk.
Yeah, let's because Saka only originally had 20 minutes.
Myself a little more because I understood what I was saying.
It's cool, man. We can talk later. Go ahead, Saka.
No, it's just okay. I'm trying to explain this this idea between this inferential and non-inferential thing. Okay. So are you saying that God is an inferential belief or a non-inferential belief?
I would say that he's inferential.
Okay, so you're rationalizing this based off prior evidence, prior information.
That needs no justification.
Okay, but okay. So wait, are you saying when something is inferential, it's based off of prior reasoning. Okay.
Okay.
When something doesn't require prior reasoning, that's non-inferential. Okay, so are you saying that God is non-inferential or inferential?
So much we need to.
Okay, he's non-inferential.
Okay.
But why?
Thank you, Saka. Thank you. I appreciate your.
This is the worst debate I've ever seen in my life.
You've missed a lot of good Sky Out moments.
Yeah, real quick.
Good, they're all the same. He only says the same thing.
No.
Hey.
Oh, no, we're all kind of talking. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, check it out. Before everybody goes on, I just wanted to welcome Kevin Chaos to the room. He's a new friend of the channel.
Yeah, man, welcome.
He's got a new channel called what is it? The something ape.
Trusty Ape.
The Trusty Ape podcast.
You're the Trusty Ape. Holy shit! All right, what's up, man?
Howdy, guys.
But anyway, whoever was going to go next, I think Leo had some more to say, and
I did. So the thing about because it seems to me, whereas the laws of logic are inferential knowledge, so this comes down to what it means to have knowledge. Knowledge is justified, true belief. So number one, you can justify it. Number two, it actually is true. And number three, you believe it. All three of those have to be met for it to be knowledge. So when you make the claim that what God can just sort of be kind of inferred, an inference is essentially a sort of a presumption we make based on a precedent for it. So I have a cup here. There's fluid in it. I say I have never observed fluid flowing out of a cup and down the sides of the outside of the cup and then across the table that the cup is sitting upon. So I can infer that will never happen when I pour a liquid into a cup. That's inference. That is justified by all of my previous experiences. It is true based on the fact that that's never happened in any of my previous experiences, and I believe it because it's never happened in any of my previous experiences. So it is knowledge. It is knowledge that when you have a cup, and I want to clarify for people there, it's probably running through their head, I'm not including superfluids in this. So
you're
get that.
just talking about causal regularities.
So what I'm getting at here is that is justified true belief. That is, I have a precedent for it. What precedent do you have for God?
You're just talking about causal regularities that don't even need justification. Like
no,
the past
I'm
is
not.
going to be the.
You're literally ignorant and you're a fool.
So,
I'm asking you believe this and you think
you're also bringing something that's testable by other observers, right?
God's not even testable, bro. He
Hold
probably
on,
has all the HIV.
Kevin, you were asking me that question, I'm assuming?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's not anything that I've observed. Everybody I know has never observed that. And I mean, I don't think any of us would find somebody that we know that said, oh yeah, I poured some coffee into my cup and it flowed right outside of it. That doesn't happen. So we have a precedent for that. Now, there could always be the thing that comes along and says, hey, no, this can't happen. And like I said, I'm not even going to move that out of the way of my flailing arms. I'm not even going to get into the discussion of superfluids just because I mean, obviously the example I'm giving is a little bit contrived. Superfluids are not, because superfluids literally, if you were to pour them into a cup, they'd flow up the sides, on the outside. I mean, they have zero viscosity. That's not what we're talking about. That is possible. Yes, I get it. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm speaking classically here. It's not something we've ever observed. We don't have a precedent for it. When you speak about God being a properly basic belief, you're speaking that there's a precedent for it that allows us to assume, or rather presume this without having to justify it. So what is the precedent for God? Where has God been an explanation or a verified prediction in the past?
Okay, you were talking about justified true belief and
knowledge, yes.
Yeah, okay. So justified true belief is obviously is knowledge that any given proposition is true, but you can't just believe it to the truth of the proposition. You have to have justification. Yes. So what I'm saying is that there's certain things that don't need justification, like taste, sight, touch, smell, and sound. Your senses don't need justification as long as they're working. You don't need evidence or another piece of evidence that you're.
Okay, hold on. So you said we need justification for senses. We don't need justification for our senses as long as they're working. Right, that's fine. The issue is, how do you know that the state in which your mind is currently operating and perceiving things is a state which corresponds to what we would call the real world?
Well, I use them. If I didn't use them, I would be dead.
Okay,
that's how I know they're working.
So let me explain why that's somewhat fallacious.
Okay.
A chicken that is hatched and raised on a farm there's every reason to believe that it will stay alive and that it'll continue to be a chicken until the day it goes to a slaughterhouse and has its head cut off.
Sure.
Isn't it? Right? So I mean, the continuity of something, which is our mental state in being a state of constancy, isn't sufficient evidence for saying that.
Well, okay.
How we observe things is the way things actually are, right?
In reality, I got it. Well, I was gonna appeal to the uniformity of nature, because you don't need justification for the uniformity of nature. Like the past will be the same as the future. You don't need proof or evidence that the future will be like the past. So, go ahead.
The question then becomes, if you want to go down that route, by what means do we know? By what means do we know that nature behaves in a uniform fashion? And the answer to that one
I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
Well, no, I'm saying you don't need justification for it. It just does, like God.
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
That's the assumption. That's the presupposition. That's the assumption that you're making there. Like this is the problem with what you're saying here. Okay, like with everything that you're saying here is
bullshit, bro. Shut up.
What was that?
No, go ahead. Go ahead, dude.
He's just trolling. Don't mind him.
Okay. Like the problem with what the stuff that you're saying here, Scott, is that okay? Like, all right, so we've gone past that. Okay, so God is a non-inferential belief, and it's a non-inferential belief in the same way that the reliability of your senses is a non-inferential belief. Okay,
right?
Exactly. This is what you're saying. So like that you don't have to have some type of previous justification or some type of way to justify your senses, because well, really, technically, you couldn't. You couldn't justify that your senses were reliable, like so. These things are not taken necessarily as things that we can know about, but these are things that we now make assumptions about that our foundationalists will presuppose as a properly basic belief. And you're saying that these non-inferential beliefs are somehow justified, okay? And
they don't need it. They don't need justification.
Okay, so they don't need justification. All right, cool. That's fine. So your senses don't need justification. You're just taking this on the assumption. In the same way that that God does not need justification, He is just taking it on. You're just taking this on as assumption. But then we get back to exactly the same problem that you had earlier, was that you could literally just throw anything into that category now. You could throw like and we go back, Great Pumpkin, voodoo magic, anything that you want. We could just we don't need to to justify these things. It's just a properly basic belief. But now this is not a position that has any type of epistemic warrant whatsoever.
It does.
Okay, explain to me how it does.
Okay,
explain to me how a non-inferential belief has epistemic warrant.
Can I do that very, very simplistically?
It has epistemic warrant, Sokka. Just like things that don't need justification. There's things that don't require justification that are non-inferential that work.
I'm sorry, that's not true. There's nothing that doesn't require justification. Even our properly basic beliefs require a justification. I want everybody in this room. What color is the pen that I'm holding in my hand?
It looks like it's.
No, I'm being serious. What color is the pen that I'm holding in my hand?
Thank you, Sokka, for coming on.
Purple, maybe pink. A little hard to tell.
Purple, violet. Indigo, whatever
it's definitely
you want
purple.
To call it, but purple would be a good color. So we all acknowledge this is purple. If I was the only person that existed, how would I confirm that this is purple? How would I confirm that my observation is correct? There aren't a lot of ways I could do that other than asking somebody else. Even our properly basic beliefs, they are evident, albeit self-evident, like that this pen and this can are not the same thing. But there's still a justification for that. Literally everything requires a justification, even if it's self-evident.
So
there's a problem there.
Did try to get
there's not a problem because that's what.
That's where I was going.
Justified
earlier with universality.
If you can't justify it, it's not knowledge.
Okay, so the thing is that Skyo just now did try to justify it. He said that the way we would try and justify it is through our senses. However, the question we're asking, right, is about the reliability of our senses. Is the reliability of our senses to discern the color purple from other color?
I would say, do you need justification to rely on the color purple, or not? That's what I'm saying. They're not inferential.
you need justification to say that the color is purple as opposed to any other color.
Yeah, and Leo just literally explained that shit.
And that's not something which is internally justified. That's something which requires external
Well,
justification.
who disagreed that it wasn't purple? Everyone agreed that it was purple. It's purple. That means all. Yeah.
Wait, that's the point. We all agree it's purple.
Right, but
So you don't need justification.
But that's, I mean,
That is
like,
the justification.
if we're, well, it's not really a justification.
Kind of is.
Case. Well, okay, so there's some people that might argue that yes, like maybe we can do like this this petition. I mean, maybe that you subscribe to some type of coherentist model of truth where not coherentist, sorry, coherentist model of truth where just like the popular opinion of the people inside the inside this room here are going to dictate what's true or not about that. But like if there's if there's an actual state of like what that color that pen is, okay, how would you verify it? Okay, well, you could try to petition the room. Okay, we could try to like ask all the people in this room, but how do we know that all these people in this room are actually separate entities from yourself? That they're actually other minds? Right. There is this problem of hard solipsism. We can't rely on this analysis of every single person inside of this room to try to confirm something here, because you can never fully justify that any other mind here inside this room actually does exist.
So is it an illusion?
I can justify that.
Is the pen an illusion?
Well, you'd have to assume that. Like, this is only something that you could take for assumption. Like how could you possibly get to a state where you could have any type of justification that any other type of mind exists outside of your own?
The fact that
you don't need justification.
Are we going to ask the other minds? Because that's just circularity.
Even if you confirm
exactly,
that 3 of them
you don't
are
have to ask the other minds.
Hey,
It's not inferential. You don't need any justification.
Real quick though, Kevin has been sitting silently for a long time, and he wants to get in and say something, and he's not a long-winded person. So go ahead, Kevin. You're muted, Kevin.
Okay, there we go. No, I was just saying. I mean, even if you could confirm that like half of the people in here were truly people, that would still be a consensus.
No, you couldn't. But you couldn't establish that any mind existed outside of your own.
I can.
So
well,
then
you have solved the problem of hard solipsism, which would literally make you the first person in
solipsism.
You guys are stepping into Sokka's trap.
I've ever heard.
So Sokka, is the pen an illusion? Is the pen not real to you? Is the pen real?
Yeah, I believe that the pen's real.
But you just said we can't know and get around hard solipsism. So, how do you know that the pen is real?
Well, this is where you have different epistemic frameworks. This is where
we're all having the same subjective experience with the pen. We're not having the same
that's the assumption, Kevin.
With a god.
That's the assumption.
You don't need justification to know the color of the pen. That's what I'm saying about God. You don't need justification.
Yeah, well, you do.
Okay, you okay. So you know what? We're going down one path, Scout, and you're just throwing this down another. That's kind of irrelevant right now. This is to the other people inside of the room. Like, listen, people have to understand that there are certain things out there that we just don't know. Okay, there's certain things out there that we couldn't ever begin to know or test or anything like that. And philosophers have been doing this for thousands of years. And like one of the very simple things out there is the problem of hard solipsism. It is a fucking problem. Now, it's not a problem in the sense, okay, great. The problem with the hard solipsism is that you can never know for certain that there's any mind that exists outside of your own. Now, this is going to be an epistemic problem that every single person has, regardless of what their framework is. So there's going to be certain the different frameworks that build upon this that try to come up with different solutions. And so this is where things like within a foundationalist framework, the existence of other minds has to be taken as a properly basic belief, as an assumption. And which is why that the actual caveat of this, when you try to make knowledge claims that stem from every properly basic belief, is that, well, providing that the properly basic beliefs that I have are true, I can say that I have knowledge on something. Now, we don't actually speak like this because most people don't, have well thought, laid out, epistemic frameworks to, and language doesn't work that way. That really, when anybody makes any type of knowledge claim about anything, if they're, regardless of whether they subscribe to foundationalists or not, that this is kind of like what they're saying is that, providing that the presuppositions that I hold are true, then therefore I can have knowledge about this proposition. Now, obviously, that's a mouthful, but we just shorten that down to saying, hey, I know that pen is purple. Okay, like that's just how we do this. But there is this problem that does exist, and we can't be too cocky to think that we have actually solutions to these. This is why this debate even happens to begin with.
Well, Saka, I was going to say the existence of other minds is a basic foundational belief. We don't need to give an argument for their existence. We don't need empirical inferential argument.
Well, exactly. It's not that it's not necessary. It's literally that it's impossible.
That's what I'm saying about God. The existence of other minds is a basic foundational belief. We don't need to give an argument on existence. We don't need empirical inferential arguments for their existence. I don't need to infer analysis. It's clear and direct.
Well, the problem that you're having with this, though, is that there's certain characteristics that we can put on things that are properly basic beliefs. And this is what I was saying earlier. Is that like one of the characteristics of like a properly basic belief is that that they're universally held. That's the existence of other minds has to be this belief that it has to be universally held in by every single person. That so no epistemic framework. When you're subscribing to an epistemic framework, you're not picking sports teams like, hey, you're a big fan of this, I'm a big fan of this, and we could work together. When somebody comes up with started talking about an epistemic framework or of how it is that you know things, you're actually appealing to every single person out there. The same, this is how I know things is that, by putting forward an epistemic framework is actually describing how everybody knows things. And so it would have to be universally kind of applied to every single person, that you couldn't make actually claims of knowledge unless you're all starting with these same universal kind of presuppositions, these same properly basic beliefs. And on the most part, it's true. Reliability of our senses, reliability of our memory, induction works, that your sensors are generally reliable, that your memory is generally reliable, that other minds outside of your own exist. These are all things that every single person has to assume in an epistemic framework to just function. And so we appeal to this for every single person, saying that you all have to take these same things, or else you couldn't have any knowledge that comes from these things. And we could bring examples of how we can show, some of the characteristics of these properly basic beliefs as well, by showing that to try to prove them, we would actually have to appeal to the very thing. So, like I said, if you want to test a reliability of memory, how do you know that? Well, you have to appeal to your memory. Yeah. You couldn't justify any properly basic belief out of circularity. But the funny thing is that if you try to disprove it, you would actually have to assume it to begin it to do it as well. So if I wanted to prove that my memory was not reliable, I would actually have to start with the assumption that my memory was reliable to disprove that. So you actually have to take the counterpoint. You have to take the same point to try to prove the counterpoint. Now, this is not a characteristic of God. God doesn't fall into the same properly basic belief, into the same qualities of a properly basic belief in the same way, because you don't need to do that. And there's nothing wrong with, there's nothing counterintuitive about assuming that God does not exist, or assuming that a God does exist. Like these things, it just doesn't have the same type of power over your framework as any other position out there.
Hey, real quick, I want to go to Leo Filius, but I
want to jump in real quick, and then we'll let Leo go.
Well, as a matter of fact, I have a question for Leo Filius before he says what he wanted to say. I could have swore I heard you say like 5 minutes ago that you have a solution for hard solipsism.
I do.
Okay, could you share that with us?
Alrighty, oh God, let me make sure I understand.
Because here's the thing, I'm going to nominate you for the Nobel Peace Prize.
The thing is with Nobel Prizes, it's not. I mean, you got to be able to actually. I mean, you got to be able to show that what you're saying is true. I don't think many people can.
Well, what is your solution?
So we have a universe that we can learn history about, that which there's no possible way we could have ever known about it prior to, indicating that there is a reality independent of us. Also, we can only exist if there is a reality that we can experience, because our consciousness depends on the experience of that reality for its own existence. So yeah, we know that there is a reality that is mind independent. That's a fact. That's assumed by literally every major aspect of science. It's not up for.
Wait, before you get too far, wait, Leo.
Well, I can demonstrate it.
Wait.
So, I mean,
Okay, but here's the thing: you just claimed that we know, that a reality exists. There's just no doubt about it. You said something of that nature. Okay, where do you know that?
In the fact that there are things that humans
No. Where is that? Where is that knowledge?
I told you.
No,
knowledge doesn't reside at a place. So that
yes,
question
it does.
is me.
It resides in your mind. If you believe, hold on.
In your mind, it's not a place. It's a process.
Your mind is a place. Okay, you made claims about there has to be a reality. You believe that, and you're claiming that it's empirically true. And the place you know that is in your mind. So that is not. So what you said is not a defeater for the idea that maybe you're the only mind, and the reality you're experiencing is only in your mind.
Nope. That couldn't be true because there's things I could not have known about reality prior.
How do you know that could be true?
Because I didn't know it.
How do you know the universe wasn't?
Hold on.
Wait a minute.
Let me
ask. How do you know the universe wasn't created last Thursday?
Because its history extends past last Thursday.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting it, Leo. You're a smart guy, but you're not getting this at all.
No, the problem is that people don't want to admit that the fact that there's a history to our universe that extends far beyond ourselves proves that solipsism isn't true. I
don't think that you actually have a true conception of what the idea of solipsism is.
I just want to pipe in real quick.
Go ahead.
And it's not a very serious point. I have learned through hard experience to commit the fallacy of appeal to authority on these matters to sock account. So I mean, I'm enjoying the show. That's all I wanted to say. Go ahead, Leo.
Hold on here. So for John, can you explain why the photons that represent the cosmic microwave background radiation are microwave and not gamma ray?
That has nothing to do with solipsism.
That absolutely does. Can you answer that question?
No, it doesn't. Because hold on, I muted you. Do you want me to answer or not? Okay. The thing is what you're speaking of is other knowledge or other information, and knowledge and information and beliefs are all in your mind. The idea of solipsism is that you cannot prove that you're not the only mind, and the reality that you are experiencing is in your mind. You can't prove it.
Yes, I can. Explain why the cosmic microwave background is in microwaves and not gamma ray.
That has nothing to do with solipsism.
Yes, it does. The reason you think it
doesn't. It has zero to do with
it. It proves that those photons have been traveling for so long that they're not gamma rays.
In your mind. In your mind.
In
your mind, you accept that. In your mind, you accept that.
Nope, it's not in our mind. We verified it.
Wait, I muted it again. Here, check it out. Can you prove that thing that you just mentioned that you believe, can you prove that it's not just in your mind? Okay, you're unmuted.
You're asking a question I've already proven.
You didn't prove it. You claimed it.
Why we observe them to be microwave and not gamma ray? You won't answer the question because it proves that history is before us. The universe has been around long.
Okay, because in your mind, which is the only mind where the universe exists, that is a construct of your mind. That's why. You can't defeat that.
Positively 100% don't understand why you're pulling a John Maddox right now and muting me every time I'm demonstrating that your point doesn't have merit. We know for a fucking fact that the universe has been here longer than we are because photons are microwave and not gamma ray. So explain why they're microwave and not gamma ray. You can't do it. This is something that Sean Carroll, who's a theoretical physicist, has explained, showing that solipsism can't be true. We know for a fucking fact that our universe has existed longer than we have. We're a part of it. We don't fucking create it. That's proof. You don't have to accept it. You don't have
the idea of solipsism isn't that you created the universe. No, but he can't just rant on.
John, dude, you got to let him finish, man.
Let him finish what he keeps saying the same shit over and over again, dude.
I know, but I mean,
but he's not understanding. He's not understanding the proposition. Everything that he is claiming right now could have been invented in the one mind that exists, which is his mind, last Tuesday. I mean, he's just stating things that, yes, we know in this real universe, but that's not a defeater for solipsism. I mean, I still
100%. Hundy P refutation of it. You can't explain why we would observe photons to be microwave instead of gamma ray unless they've traveled for so long that they've lost energy, which would mean they've had to have been here longer than we have. So why do we observe them longer than we have if we create everything? It doesn't make sense. The problem, and I don't understand why you're pulling a John Maddox that every time I make a point that works against what you're saying, you just mute me.
Hey, dude, let me tell you something. This has nothing to do with Knock. This is Knock's channel. But here's the thing. You got no fucking right to insult me, all right? We're having a conversation here. And the reason I mute you is you just go on and on and on, and I need to respond. And if you call me John Maddox again, dude, I'll just fucking boot you, and then Knock can, take care of it later.
I didn't insult you. I just made a valid point. Now you're getting angry. Why are photons microwave not gamma?
Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Okay? Fuck
I
you.
have no problem with you, John. You're a great guy. I love you with all
I
my
love
heart.
you too, bro. I don't get where you're coming from. I don't get where you're coming from at all. I'm not doing John Maddox, but you won't shut up and let other people respond.
But you're not letting me finish my point before you respond, which is what John Maddox does.
I don't know. You said the same point like 4 times, 5 times.
Yeah,
in a row,
but
dude.
you haven't refuted it. You've said, well, how do we know that's not our mind? Well, why are they microwave?
Because that's the problem of solipsism.
No, it's not.
And I didn't say our mind. I didn't say how do we know that's not. Wait a minute. I didn't say we don't know that's our mind. The idea of solipsism is that you are the only mind, and everything that your experience is in your mind.
Other minds confirm the very things that I observe about a reality that seems to be independent of us. All I'm saying is that all of the things that we observe show that solipsism is likely not to be true. Can we 100% certainly prove it's
likely not to be true? That I agree with.
That I agree with. On that.
Yeah.
Well, I think that there's hold on. There's a difference between we can try to say that it's likely not true, but that would be based on some type of probabilistic argument, but there's no prior probabilities to whether or not solipsism is true or not. Now, we can say that one of the reasons why we don't operate as if we were solipsists is because we couldn't operate. We live in a world in which other minds appear to exist. So
therefore, were true, there's no way for us to verify it, and it appears as if it's not. So why would we? So it's like assuming that there's
no. Hey, hold on, Leo. That you hit the point. That's the point right there. Okay,
that's the point I was making.
Yeah, but that doesn't say that we can know solipsism is true. It just say that we just operate in a way that we assume that it isn't.
Which indicates that it's not.
Well, what indicates that it's not true is the fact is that we believe that we observe other minds. But that's just begging the question then.
Mind-independent reality.
Okay. That's the assumption. Okay, that's the assumption that we're all making. Okay,
not an assumption verified from our observations.
The observations that we have is that every single other person here is not some type of autonomous fucking AI. It's actually like another thinking mind out there. Okay, like I said, the problem of solipsism isn't that it's that we should, because we don't know whether or not we're the only mind, that therefore we should operate as if we are the only mind. It's the reason why we operate like there are other minds, is because, well, it appears that there are, but we don't know that. Okay,
well, that doesn't matter.
Yeah, so there's this
doesn't
problem
of no. There isn't anything indicating that I'm the only mind that exists in you guys, because you guys are expressing opinions I've never heard. I've never even thought of.
So Leo, remember what I said. Remember what I said. Remember what I said earlier when we were talking about properly basic beliefs. We're talking about things that would have to be universally held, that would have to help us function in the world. Okay, we couldn't function in the world if we operated as if we were solipsists. So that's why we take on the assumption that that's why it's a properly basic belief. It is an assumption that we hold about the world that allows us to navigate through it and make knowledge claims about it. So just like every other thing that I laid out there as a properly basic belief, solipsism is no different. The same argument that you're making here can be made about, like I said, reliability of memory, the reliability of your senses, all these other things, but
not really. Because you
absolutely you can't, because it's still starting off as just an assumption that we're making.
Because if that time hasn't existed, how the fuck did it evolve?
Okay, yeah, but that has nothing to do with it. Yeah, you're taking this to
it's not a physical dilemma; it's a mind dilemma.
Yeah, so hold on, Leo, like Mr. Parker, just hold on, Leo,
you gotta let him talk.
Okay, Leo,
you gotta let him talk.
We're not talking.
It's not a physical dilemma. It is a mind dilemma.
Thank you.
That's the main point I want to make, is that it's a mind dilemma, not a physical dilemma.
Well, I would say that the existence of a mind is independent and external from the material world. It's also immediate, non-inferential. So it's basic. So it's independent from the external material world. So now God is like that. Like my believing that there's a God is fundamental and indispensable as my believing that there's an external world.
Well, no, it's completely dispensable, because it's actually the opposite.
Can I want to jump in, Leo? I'm so sorry I told you fuck you earlier. I mean, I didn't.
Dude, I don't it 100% because Maddox is an asshole. Because I've been in his room a couple times and I always get muted every time I make a point. So anytime
Sokka's experienced this with me in voice chats where like I get this. I have like this Tourette's thing that when I get interrupted, sometimes I like fucking explode, So, but I shouldn't have said that to you. I really meant it when you said you love me, and I said I loved you back. I do love you, dude. I mean, I haven't known you that long, but I've loved every interaction I've ever had with you. So I'm so sorry I fucking blew up on you.
The point that I'm getting at is that if solipsism were true, we should observe certain things, but we don't observe though. It's like, so for instance,
what should we observe? What should we observe if it's true?
Sun was 3 times as large as it is now. We should make certain observations that would verify that, but we don't. It would be like saying, "Well, how do you know that the sun is only a type?"
Okay, but you're going. Sorry, Leo. Well, you're going back to a physical problem, not a mind problem.
So we make certain observations that tell us that the sun is a type G star. Solipsism is saying, well, it's not really a type G star. It's. So hold on, let me think here.
Solipsism isn't making a physical claim.
F star versus a type O star, but there should be things that we observe if that's the case. We don't observe those.
No,
we observe everything.
Hold on.
Would be the case if it was type O star.
Leo, stop.
Okay,
Leo,
I haven't finished. I haven't finished.
You're just being you're fractally wrong right now. Okay.
Can I please finish?
Okay.
Can I please
sure.
finish?
I mean, the point. Okay.
So everything
we're trying to have a discourse here. So like you just said something that we fundamentally disagree with. Okay.
All right. So Leo, I muted you this time. This is all right. So. All right, Leo, you've got to let other people talk. So you compared John Peterson to Maddox, and you're still talking. You compared John Peterson to Maddox, but I'm going to compare you to fucking Veckel right now, right? I'm going to compare you to fucking Veckel. All you do is talk over people. You got to let other fucking people talk, dude.
I don't think he's listening.
You got to let other people fucking talk. You can't make 1,000 fucking points and then, repeat them over and over again and not let people respond. You got to have a discourse here.
And hey, not. I also want to apologize to you for my behavior on your channel. You're my brother, man. I'm sorry.
It's fine. Like I'm trying to be like I'm trying to let the conversation flow. But now it's just like you've got to let other people talk. Like, you know, because I experienced this with Veckel. I couldn't get a fucking word in edgewise with the dude because he just kept talking. You got to let other people talk. So I'm gonna mute again.
And then hey, not only am I sorry, apologizing to you, but you and me just did the same thing a minute ago, like we do when people pop into the room.
Yeah.
You notice when you went to try and mute him, it immediately unmuted.
I really don't like muting people. I don't like
either. But sometimes you got to do it so that other people can get in. But go ahead.
I'm going to mute. I'm going to let Sokka talk. I'm going to unmute Leo, but let Sokka make his point, and then make a point back. But you gotta let people talk. All right. So let's be civil. I mean, all of us in this room now are friends, except for Skyout. I mean, we all love Skyout.
I like Skyout.
I mean, we all love Skyout.
Thank you.
No, I kind of
I wouldn't go that
interested.
far.
I'm interested in maybe Mr. Parker can do it because I've already explained it once, and I don't think Leo got on. Maybe Mr. Parker can explain it in a way that's a little bit clearer.
Yeah. So as I simplified it as earlier, that hard solipsism, as far as I understand, is not about physical dilemma. It's about a mind dilemma, due to the fact that our mind. Well, okay. Let me explain why it is a mind dilemma and not a physical dilemma. There's, as far as I've seen, there is nothing hard solipsism that has made a physical claim, rather a mind claim. Independent minds, you can say that is physical, but is it not also a mind? You're saying independent minds, right? Exist, correct?
Oh shit, I'm unmuted. Okay. Well, I never got my initial point out fully before getting muted, and so I don't know if you guys were even really addressing what I said. Because I was trying to make a full point and got muted.
So is independent minds of ourselves a mind dilemma or a physical dilemma?
Both. Well, minds depend on the physical, so it's a physical dilemma.
That's an assumption as well.
That's an assumption.
No,
Yes,
it's not. It's thoroughly comported by literally every piece of data we have. Minds are physical, 100%. You can't refute that. There's not a fucking single cognitive scientist that's respected that disagrees with that. You can't do it. Sorry, can't do it.
Well,
Minds are
can I make a small point and then I'll let you go, Sokka, and Sokka, please correct me if I'm wrong here. I think maybe we're having a cross communication because it seems to me that we're basing a philosophical conversation upon scientific data, and I don't know. I think maybe some things are getting crossed here on definitions, maybe. So I don't know, and I know that people have tried to explain. We've delved into a dumpster fire. That's just what I wanted to input. This is well beyond my. I've just recently dipped my toes in philosophy. This is well beyond me. But Sokka, please go again, and maybe I don't know. It just seems like maybe we're cross talking each other at this point.
Well, I think, like I said, I think this is the we put a lot of emphasis on things like a lot of assumptions that we have. Like even these metaphysical assumptions. So the good example is like that. Okay, in a monist universe, okay, you could have that as, I mean, everything exists in some type of supernatural form. The product is some type of mind, or maybe there's some type of physical component. Okay, or maybe that we exist in some type of physical reality. Okay, these are like two sides of the same coin of being a monist. So a lot of times we'll hear things talk about like the natural versus the supernatural. But at the end of the day, these designations can sometimes be really vacuous. And what I mean by that is that imagine the universe that exists like some physical entity. Okay, there's physical matter floating around, bumping into each other. Like this, it's the substance of the universe is physical. This is the assumption that a lot of people make. A lot of the metaphysical naturalists or philosophical naturalists. But how would you go about in proving this? The other side of just a starting assumption. Because imagine that the universe was actually as Skyout, or well, probably not Skyout, but some deist might believe that it's just the product of some type of God's mind, okay, or some type of super mind. Maybe not even a self-conscious mind, okay. that it's all like this, that it is just purely just supernatural. It's not made out of anything outside of the mind of this being itself. We are the dream of Brahma, okay, something like that. And in that reality, okay, things might function in exactly the same way as the physical universe, even though it's completely idealistic. And there would be no way to differentiate between which universe you live in, because what we measure as what we perceive as the physical would actually just be measuring the aspects of this dream. They can still be just as kind of real inside there. So the one of the assumptions that we kind of make is that the stuff is physical that we have, that the reality itself is some type of physical substrate. But again, this is a metaphysical assumption now that we have to make, because both of these universes would be identical to each other. We outside of the being that's dreaming it into existence. So when you make this, just like the definitive statement that all minds are physical, or that there's some type of identity theory between the physical and conscious thought, that there's a physical and that is this kind of physical thing, that's actually a metaphysical assumption that we have.
And real quick, just to add to what he was just saying, just remember, Leo, more than one person said that you're correct. It's safe to assume that it's highly unlikely that solipsism is a fact, and also, we must assume that it's not a fact to operate in the world. But maybe this example will help you understand a little bit better. But can you prove that we're not in a simulation right now? Forget about the solipsism for a minute. Can you prove that everything that we're experiencing right now is not? We're not in a simulation that was created by a well advanced species.
So the first thing I want to mention about solipsism is, say if you literally are a solipsist right now. Okay, so I'm going to assume that none of us are solipsists. So the thing is that even if solipsism were true, we would still have to operate as if the reality that we exist in is independent of us. Thereby, Occam's razor dictates that you can just shave away the assumption that it's a product of our minds, because we operate as if it's not.
Well, right, but like Saka said a while ago, that's probabilistic though. That's a probabilistic.
It's probabilistic, but thermodynamics is also probabilistic. But I've heard probably a dozen theoretical physicists say that any physical law that's going to hold for the next 1,000 years without anything touching it is the second law of thermodynamics. So probability doesn't necessarily mean we should assume it true. So we would still have to assume that our reality is independent from us.
Right,
so
we do assume that.
Utilizing Occam's razor, we can just shave away the assumption that it's a product of our minds. That's making extra assumptions that do not add any further explanatory or predictive power.
Okay, well, then how do you know we're not a simulation? How do you know we're not a simulation?
Getting to that,
okay.
What reality? Because a simulation is an imitation of some other system or process. What system or process does our reality imitate?
Another universe.
What does that universe look like?
This one.
And how do you know that?
I don't know that. I'm not claiming that that's the case.
There isn't much substantiation for a simulation. I'm not saying that it's proof that a simulation doesn't exist, but it comes back to that we would still have to assume that's our reality, and so we can just. It's like saying, well, how do we know that we're not a brain in a vat? How do we know that we're not, in a marble like on Men in Black at the end of it where that alien has the galaxy and a marble? How do we know that that's not it? I mean, we could conjure up God knows how many different assumptions of what could be the case. Is that indicated? And do we have to assume that true in order? We don't assume that we're in a simulation to learn about our reality. We don't assume that it's only our minds producing everything.
Well, we don't assume. We can't assume that. Hold on. Can I respond, please, real quick? Yeah. You're right. We have to assume that we're not in a simulation to operate our lives or whatever. But do you realize that there are some scientists out there that that value make the probability that we are in a simulation pretty darn high. I mean, not by a majority, by a majority, but like a double-digit amount that we are in a simulation. I mean,
but they don't have anything that positively, and that's the thing. What positively indicates it? Literally nothing. So we could, by all rights, be living in it. Like right now, we could literally be living in a simulation, but we don't assume that to learn about our reality.
Right, and nobody said we did. Nobody ever assumed that solipsism is true either.
Exactly. Because we don't assume it, we can shave said assumptions away via Occam's razor. It's the same reason we don't assume that there's a God. Why? How do we know that there really isn't a God directing everything? We don't, but we shave it away because it's unnecessary in helping us understand our reality.
Well, right. And let me hold on. Let me agree with you real quick here. Okay, you're right. Okay, and here's the thing. I hate solipsism. All right. But you had said that you had a defeater for hard solipsism, and you've yet to offer that. I mean, I'm sorry. Huh?
I provided it, and that was that even if we were solipsists, we still have to assume that minds are independent of us. And via Occam's razor, it immediately becomes more reasonable that there actually are. We can't prove it, but it does become more reasonable.
Hey, you know what?
Independent of ours.
Sorry, John.
I want to ask you. I was going to ask you a question real quick.
No, John. Can I get this real quick, please?
All I was going to say, Sokka, do you think anybody identifies themselves as a solipsist?
Nobody that's saying.
I have met them. Yes, and they're.
Oh, really? Go ahead.
Yeah. They're a little out there, but I get their argument.
I mean, there's different breeds of solipsist. Like somebody brought up earlier, like T Jump is an epistemic solipsist. My buddy Xbox back in the day was one as well. Those aren't people that say that no other minds exist, but they drop that barrier of knowledge to anything external of their own experiences. That's what an epistemic solipsist is. You're going to find a lot more of those. But the actual like metaphysical or philosophical solipsists is a rarer breed. But yeah,
but they do exist.
I mean, like I think I've met one. And I think that they were a troll, because they just are essentially they just believe they're arguing with themselves.
Solipsist, really? Because
he's an epistemic solipsist.
So Sokka.
But what you say there is that like I think that this is the talking past each other part, is that you're saying like there's no utility or function to believing that solipsism is even a possibility, so we just work with it. Pardon me?
There isn't a reason to, like, even if solipsism,
yeah, exactly. So I'm agreeing with you. You
guys are independent of me, so the fact that I have to make that assumption kind of indicates that it might be true. I mean, obviously,
that's exactly it. Okay, yeah. So that's the point right there. Like that. Agree with that. Yeah, no, and I agree with you. I agree with you on this. Okay, but I think that the problem that we're having here is that because even though I agree with you on this, is because we can't function believing that we're solipsists and that how's it going?
Sorry.
Yeah, that we don't operate like we live in a solipsistic universe. There's not a lot of function to it, and that we have so therefore there's no utility in operating as if we live in a solipsistic universe, and so therefore we don't. But that we just assume that that it's just not true. But the point is that that's still just an assumption. And like any other properly basic belief out there, it's the same thing, is that these assumptions have utility to them. And to assume that they're not true, or to assume like that our memories aren't reliable or our senses aren't reliable, there's no utility to that in exactly the same way with solipsism. So that's one of the things that qualifies as that puts it into that properly basic belief category that a foundational will use when they're building their epistemic framework. So it's the same thing as you're saying there. That the reasons why you deny solipsism, why you think that solipsism is ridiculous, is the same reasons that people will accept it as a properly basic belief, and maybe that there's just there's some problem with language when we say that a properly basic belief is an assumption. Well, it's true that it is, but it's not a mere assumption, like it's not like we can put anything into that category. It's an assumption that fits within the criteria that we would allow for, or that we accept as properly basic beliefs.
And
so I
should apologize because I got a little.
Let me get in here
there.
for a minute, dude.
The reason for that is,
Yeah,
hold on.
Hey, Leo, Skyle's been really quiet. Let him get in, and then I'll let you go next. I promise.
All right, cool. Yeah, Sokka, I was gonna say that as far as the existence of other minds and the our sensory apprehensions, the existence of the external world, and we have causal regularities. They don't have to appeal any. This isn't about solipsism. They don't have to appeal to any evidence to justify them. And it's the same thing with minds in the external world and causation. There isn't any compelling evidence for them that saying that they're false. So these are beliefs that are built upon other beliefs that are based. So we have immediate, non-inferential, direct beliefs like minds and causation in the external world, just like God. So they're not evidential or inferential. They are basic. They're properly basic. This is how we view God. So God's presence in the world is just as intuitive and obvious and immediate and non-inferential as our beliefs in the external world and other minds and causation.
Yeah, no, I think it's all bullshit. Sorry, like for all the reasons that we laid out, like for the stuff before, like it doesn't even fit into the same category as any of the other stuff we brought up. Because
Leo, now you see why I had to let Sky out go. Go ahead.
I wasn't talking about solipsism, but go ahead.
What were you talking about?
I was talking about God and having justification and talking about God.
Hey, Leo, everything that Knock and me were trying to tell you earlier holds true. Try and take a breath now and let people talk, but you can interrupt Sky out anytime you want. Okay?
Shut your mouth, John.
I did want to apologize just for getting a little heated. The reason for that is because on Discord I've dealt with a lot of solipsists, and they're just...
Leo, you never have to apologize for getting heated on the rage. Never.
But I don't like getting it, and sometimes this is how I describe. And anybody that watched the debate with R and Ron T-Jump, and I think it was Cliff and Stewart, knows what I'm about to say. Sometimes I go R and Ron on people. So
and
I'll mute it, and I'll still be raging the fuck out.
So Leo, I'm going to tell you this: whenever I get compared to R and Raw, it's like a fucking wet dream for me. I'm going to go fucking. No, I'm not going to say what I was about to fucking say.
I fucking love Aaron, dude. When he rages on people, I'm just like, yes.
I call him the OG raging atheist. I do.
Yes, because dude, when he goes, it's just it's about to be it's about to be serious. It's about to go, just go down that road. But the thing with Bill Solomon.
Well, hey, John, we are having our fanboy moment here.
Yeah. I was gonna say. Hey, does anybody want to switch topics and talk about psychedelics?
I'm down. I just want.
Wait. Is Kathy here? But I mean,
yes.
So. I'm not quite sure we're done with. I know. I don't think Sokka's quite done yet.
No, I'm done.
All
right. So, I was having a little bit of a seizure.
Oh, sorry, Leo. I was gonna say, hey, and just so you know. This is 20 minutes to Sokka. That's why we all say he talks long, because he said he had 20 minutes. And
well, I was gonna say earlier, and I couldn't jump in. I was like, John, you totally made a 30-minute joke there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah. You guys see the comment Doorknob Head just made? I'm sorry, but it's really funny.
Oh, where is it? We'll put it up.
It's in the comments. He said,
I got it. I got
right there. I'm sorry, but
that is it exactly, my man.
this wet ass pussy.
Well, I get happy like every time Christians compare me to like Arn Ra. Sometimes they compare me to Matt Dillahunty. I'm like, what are you talking about, bro? You know?
hey, I got a drop, dude. I'm gonna holler at you later. All right, Rage.
Wait,
Hey,
now you
Sky
got
out.
an ally now, Sky out. CJ's here.
Yeah, hey,
check
it out.
No, I gotta go, man. But
Sky,
hit me back a little bit later.
Hey, Sky, thank you so much for coming on. But the fact that you won't debate me, you're a huge pussy.
Shut your mouth, John. Shut your mouth.
Hey, Sky out.
Yeah.
I have you emailed me back about me coming on your channel?
I have to take a look. I think I asked you what's a good time frame. But yeah,
I'll get in my emails and I'll get back at you, man.
All right, man. Y'all have a good one. Thanks for the talk. Thanks, Soccer. Have a good one, man. Later.
Don't leave quite yet. Don't leave quite yet.
He's gone. Sky is real quick. I think he might have to go make a fucking like a comedy sketch about how the black slave. I don't know if you guys ever saw that shit, but that was fucking hilarious.
Hey, welcome, CJ.
How's it going, guys?
How's it going? So I wanted to make one comment, and I kind of made it before, but I want to extrapolate it on it. Like, Jesus fuck, I cannot talk today. I don't know what the problem is. I want.
Holy shit! What the hell are we gonna deal with on a day you can talk?
Well, I think we might have a great moment. I think we might have a great moment here. So Sokka, how long do you have?
Well, my 20-minute window is gone. My wife went to bed without me.
All right. So how confident?
Oh my god! He stood here. He stayed here and argued instead of getting laid.
No. No, that might have happened before.
All right. So Sokka, how are you familiar with materialism of the gaps? CJ, my man, me soccer count.
I think how's it all going? You know.
And then soccer. Wait.
Because I'm about to talk about that.
Well, hey, John, let CJ introduce himself.
I know.
And then
I'm going to ask him to do something on this topic you brought up, and then when you're done with this topic, then maybe Sokka can explain to you about the no true Scotsman fallacy.
I'm down to talk about both of those. However,
Sokka, CJ's a good dude.
Say something about solipsism real quick though, because I did have something that I think is on kind of in line with what Leophilius was saying as far as it being just basically nonsense. Say again.
I said I'm just kind of curious to hear this, just because I like you. I like the input you provide. So please go ahead. I'm very curious to hear what you have to say.
Well, all of a sudden, Leo is really low.
Leo, pull your mic down.
Yeah, I guess I just decided I put it up and then I'm gonna talk like I don't realize it's up because I don't fucking know. But I like the synagogue. I just love the points he brings because he makes cogent points that other theists just don't. So I'm really curious to hear what you have to say because I know
I agree.
Substantive. Even if I disagree, it will be substantive. So please go ahead.
Well, I appreciate that. And so kind of to be quick with it, the solipsist idea boils down essentially to the only mind you can be sure of as far as existing is your own. But I've always made the point, and I've yet to see anybody who could actually disprove this point, that if I can only be sure of in other words, just let me rephrase that. If I am not sure of the mind possessed by Leophilius and by John Peterson and by Nakasuchi right now, like if the level of surety I have right now of your guys' mind is not indeed surety, then I am not sure of my own mind either. So either I am sure of all minds because the way that I am coming to those conclusions is the same, or I am sure of nothing at all. But solipsism itself, being sure of the single mind, is not possible, in my opinion, because the way I'm sure of my mind is the self-same way that I'm going to be sure of the existence of Leophilius's mind or Nakasuchi's mind or so on and so forth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and that was a point that I was trying to get at, is that, I grant that solipsism may be true, but we have to assume it's not to make any reason of our reality. I might assume that our universe is a simulation. but I have to assume that it's not to make any sense of it. It's to me, when you have a particular ideology, but you have to assume it's falsity in order to make sense of the world. To me, and this is just my opinion, so people can disagree and they'll be justified in it, because that's how, at least to an extent, obviously, that's how opinions work. To me, in my opinion, that tends to work against those ideas for the same reason that you said. I'm just gonna call you. So, Synagogue, do you have a particular nickname that you go by that I could refer to you as? It might be shorter. If not, that's fine. I just didn't know.
My friends drop the C and just call me Jay.
Just call you Jay. All right. So Jay, I think you made a really good point that where if I assume that I think, therefore I am, if somebody else thinks, therefore they are. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it kind of seemed that you were alluding to that I can know that I exist because I'm thinking, and thinking kind of presumes existence. So if another person is thinking, then they're their own person. Maybe I'm kind of misinterpreting what you said a little bit. I think I might be.
I just want to say this real quick to both you and CJ. Here's another mind-blowing concept from
CJ. God, I forgot that. Sorry.
From solipsism. Okay, so if solipsism were true, think of this. So if it was all in your mind, then your mind is making up all these other languages too. Like you hear Chinese, you don't understand it. You hear Italian, and you don't understand it. You're creating that in your mind if solipsism were true. So yeah, the probability that solipsism is true is just like infinitesimally small. So,
I do think that
kind of. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I do think once you get to a certain level of probability, or a certain level of lack of probability, rather, it is safe to assume that something has been definitively proven false. Like if you can do something a Google to the Google power, right, and it's the same way each and every time, then there's just really no real way to actually rationally deduce that the next way is going to be different. You know what I mean? Or the next time's going to be different, rather. But I'd even take, to kind of point out, Leophilius, to a little bit more specifically what I was saying. What I was kind of, pointing out is it's not even just I think therefore I am. It's the fact that I think I am, in my opinion, must prove that you are, because I am equally sure that I am sure that you are. And if I'm not actually sure you are, I'm not sure that I am.
I don't think that.
And
I think it's a lot. I think that you have a lot more firsthand.
Wait, Leo. Sokka started talking before.
I think that there's a huge difference between having having an experience, experiencing a sense of self through thinking, and therefore assuming that you are a mind. Then there is then saying that, well, I see other people that are having the same type of experience that I am, so therefore I'm going to assume that they're there as well. I think one of them actually has a little bit more epistemic warrant.
Well, I'm actually relying on my own experience when I say this. I'm saying that I myself am sure that Leophilius and his mind exists at the same level that I am sure that I myself exist.
Oh, really? I have a much stronger degree of certainty in myself existing over somebody else.
Why?
I gotta be honest. I agree with Synagogue that I don't, because how could I be certain that I exist, but somebody else who's certain that they exist is somehow false? It almost seems like special pleading to me.
It's not really special. It's not really special pleading. I mean, there are some challenges that come to Descartes. I think therefore I am. Like some people say that you could actually simplify that down to, merely a thought exists, being that, that's a thought, that's it. If you can get to that stage that a thought exists, and does a thought existing necessitate you as an actual entity itself? And I understand that challenge to it, but I think to a certain degree that yes, like if a thought exists, then maybe it is just an assumption that a mind has to contain it, and maybe that you are reaching to that stage that you can even be certain that you yourself are, that the container of that thought itself is a mind. I mean, it is an interesting kind of experience, but I mean, I think that experience of a thought existing, I mean, I guess like what I'm saying is I don't think that decreases the level of certainty that I have in my own mind existing in relation to the proposition that other minds existing. Maybe the whole thing when it comes to just things that we have to assume the existence of other minds, that there also has to be the assumption that you yourself are a mind. Maybe that's just another fucking properly basic belief that we take in that we just don't discuss. Because it's just one of those things that we just assume like on the onset of before we generate any thought.
I'll tell you what I assume is a properly basic belief is that you have an endless supply of avatars, Sokka.
So what I wanted to jump in here with was that solipsism could be true, but we still have to make the assumption that other minds are independent from our own. The fact that that assumption still has to be made, I think, works against solipsism. And I don't want to bring this analogy to the table because I feel like it might be, it might sound a little pompous, but I think it might be missed by some people. So it's like we have to assume, a better word is presume, that general relativity is true, even in situations where we might not know that it is. But we presume that it is to see, okay, if it were true, what would we observe? If it were false, what would we observe? Well, shit. What we observe is exact. It matches almost perfectly with what would be the case if it were true. And I think the same is I think the same is true with solipsism, because I can't talk today. Is that solipsism could be true. We would still have to assume that other minds are independent from our own. Even if that weren't the case, we would still be an assumption. Like if we're in a simulation, we still have to assume the reality that we're in is a reality.
You're absolutely right. And that's the case with every. That's actually the case with it. That's the case with every properly basic belief. Okay, like what you said there, that's the case with everything. Properly basic beliefs by definition. One of the things that makes them properly basic is the fact that they're not justified. There's no antecedent piece of belief that you have to hold for
self-justifying.
Well, that gets into the circularity there. I mean, there are systems that they do say that
they're ontological. Yeah, that doesn't make them false.
Well, no one's saying that, but the problem is that justifying something through using itself, is circular. You can prove pretty much anything through that.
Well, I think with absolutes, though, you kind of have to, though.
Well, I mean this goes back to the whole conversation with the whole Munchausen trilemma thing, is that some people will say that circular, that there is a way that you could justify things through some type of circularity. Okay, so like we talk about like the formation of properly basic beliefs, and this sets kind of like the groundwork of like any type of foundationalist system out there, is that we start these things as assumptions, not mere assumptions, but still assumptions. They're properly basic beliefs without any type of antecedent belief that's required in order to believe these things, and that we don't try to justify them out of fear of circularity. But then you can get into coherentist systems where the entire web of beliefs that you do hold are justified through what actually justifies them is the fact that they're circular, that the circularity of them, it proves a certain consistency, which would form the bedrock of what would make that belief justified to begin with. So like there are systems out there that do throw themselves in the circularity horn of the Munchausen trilemma, and like I'm actually more there than I would be for just assuming a properly basic belief.
Are these two things the same thing? This pen and this beer can? If not, why not?
I'm not sure how that has any relevance to anything I just said.
Because we can observe things are obviously not the same thing. We can also justify that just by looking at it. So yes, there are things that are self-evident, like the laws of logic, like the law of identity, which would state that this is not.
The fact. Hold on. the laws of logic. There could be an argument for laws of logic being self-evident. Okay, but but holding up a pen and a can and saying these are different things is not necessarily self-evident. Okay. Because that's going to be predicated on inferential beliefs before that, such as the reliability of your senses and all that other crap that we talked about earlier. Okay, no, that's not self-evident. Your ability to perceive that, okay, two different propositions. Hold on, Leo, calm down, slow down for a second there, Big Rig. Okay, there are two different propositions there. Okay, one, is the reliability of your senses self-evident? And is the proposition that this can and this pen are different things self-evident? Okay, those are two different propositions. All right, now for the can and the pen, those things aren't self-evident because those things are going to be predicated on the prior belief in your senses. Okay,
to know
that it's the fact that those things are not the same thing is not self-evident because it's predicated on the prior. Okay. Leo, before you say yes, it is. Maybe you should just listen to what I say here, because this is really important. The fact that you could observe those things and you see that they're not the same thing is predicated on a prior belief that you have, mainly that your ability to observe them is reliable. So that means that it's not self-evident if it's predicated on something prior to it. It requires a prior piece of belief in that. Okay, so that's just
the fact that we observe something. It's not reliable.
We're not. No, we're talking about self-evident. It's not self-evident that the can and the pen are separate things because we actually have methods that we can analyze those things and show that they're different. There's a prior piece to this.
These are the same thing. These are the same thing. Am I correct?
No, we know that those things. Okay, we know that those things are two different things based on prior. Because we have inferential beliefs prior to that, assumptions of things like Leo.
Yeah, Leo. Okay. I think you're running into the brick wall that is spirit sock.
You're okay. This is like this is a huge mistake you're making here. Okay, the fact that those things are not self-evident. Absolutely, you're making a mistake. In order for those things because those things are not the same thing, that's going to be predicated on prior beliefs that you have. Such as the logical rules, okay? It's that something can't be what it is and isn't at the same time. Okay, those are two clearly different things. Okay,
yeah, is that
the other thing that it's predicated on is going to be the other thing that it's predicated on is that your ability to observe those things is accurate and true. Okay, so before you can even make an analysis on those things, you have to have that prior type thing. So the belief that those things are not the same thing is not self-evident if it requires a prior belief. And those prior beliefs would be things that we would consider properly basic beliefs.
Can you observe a difference between these right now?
Yes.
Without making any assumptions? Okay, granted, self-evident. Okay. You don't have to make any assumptions.
That's not what self-evident means. Because the assumption that hold on. Can you say that those things are not the same thing? Hold on, Leo. Can you say that those things are not the same thing without relying on your senses?
Yes.
How?
Well, actually, I think you could in a way. So,
but how would you what would you mean mathematics? How you're going to measure it?
Literally, I can look at the dimensions. I can look at the chemical structure.
You can look at it. You can observe it. Exactly.
Well, you could also rephrase it a little bit to get rid of the terms can and pen and just say, is thing A different from thing B? And if the answer is intuitively yes, otherwise there would not be a difference. There would not be an A and a B. It would be thing A different from thing A.
I mean, if these two things were different, the law of identity wouldn't even be a thing.
Yeah,
the law of identity is a thing.
So the law of identity is something that exists prior to the observing of those things. Okay, which means that that's not self-evident. Okay, essentially you're saying that as long as you assume, that you start off with all these fucking assumptions about the logical absolutes and the reliability of your senses and the reliability of your memory and the reliability of induction, that we can even say the same sentence and it means the same thing fucking 5 minutes from now, and all these other fucking things that we can bring up, all these other things that we're going to bring up that are Okay, you're going to have to assume all those things, and then you get to the can, and you say, well, that's self-evident. But that very logic, every single thing that follows from the basic presuppositions that you have would also be self-evident. Every single inference that it could ever possibly make would be self-evident. The category of things that are self-evident would literally contain all things.
Okay, I think we could explore.
What reason do I have to think these things are not different?
No, the question is, what reason do you have to believe that that's self-evident? No, the question that you have to ask is, what reason do you have to believe that it's self-evident that these things are different without relying on any antecedent piece of antecedent belief?
So what is the reason that it's self-evident that these things are different? Is it the fact that we can look at them and obviously see that they're different?
Okay, so that means it's not self-evident. So that means it's not self-evident because you have to rely on something prior to it. It's not self-evident. Leo, if you have to rely on something prior to it, it's not self-evident.
If I showed these things to a 3-year-old, could they point out that they're different?
Yes, because you're using seeing.
If yes,
yeah, absolutely.
Why? If yes,
because of physical
why?
processes. This isn't
because they're fucking different, isn't it?
The mind dilemma.
Oh my goodness!
I would say real quickly, it's because I taught my daughter the difference between a pen and a can.
Yeah, because the pen and the can are actually different. It's not just that you're describing a difference. There's actually a difference between.
Well, yeah, but my daughter would have justified belief because her dad inferred that there's a difference there, right?
Well, it would be based on the fact that you'd have to start with certain things that you want to call self-evident. Okay, some people would call or label certain presuppositions we have as self-evident. Okay, because they wouldn't require that prior your belief on it. They couldn't be justified outside of themselves. There's a lot of reasons why we might call any type of really axiomatic beliefs as self-evident. Okay, but the can and the can and the pen are the belief that those are different things is not an axiomatic belief. It's not something that we can say as it's self-evident. You're not starting with that. Okay, you're going to be basing this off of prior beliefs that you hold, which pretty much eliminate it from the category of being self-evident.
I think a way we can describe this much easier is instead of looking at physical examples, we can just say can and pen. Can you tell me the difference between can and pen without presupposing the definition of can and a pen? I think maybe that helps. I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, I don't know either. I just want us to finish this so we can get to materialism of the gaps.
Okay, sure. Materialism of the gaps. Okay. So just let me just if I could articulate this.
I'm totally kidding. Please, Sokka, do your thing, my man.
Are you saying that anything that we discuss, so everything that we know about the universe is material? Any future thing that we can discover about the universe will also be material. And if there's something in the universe that we don't understand yet, it probably is material. We just don't have an explanation for it yet.
Exactly. I still want to go back. I went to go look for my cat, but I couldn't find her. So is this thing different from what we would call a cat? And if so, why? I'm sorry, but the law of identity can't be. I mean, yes, it is tautological. A pen is a pen. But there's a reason.
Let's move on to what we are going to move on to.
And a lot of it, but this leads to a greater point that logic depends on more than what we observe. It
Leo
also depends on our linguistic.
All right, I'm gonna do what Dragnot and Sokka did to me so long ago, and I never took them up on their offer. Have you been to Dragnot Silva's server on Discord?
I'm not on Discord anymore.
Oh, get on Discord. Go to Dragnot server.
I can't.
Come on, man.
Discord. No, I really can't. I can't get on it. I can't get on it on my laptop, and my phone is fucked up. I can't get on it. That's why I removed it. I don't know what the fuck the issue.
I'm just saying. Because Dragnot, Sokka, all these people will seriously discuss these things very in depthly, and they will be very, very patient.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Sokka, back me up here.
I'm generally patient.
Yeah, I mean,
he seems very patient, very intelligent.
Sokka is my boo. So what I'm trying to say is,
yeah, you didn't see my comment. When you posted that, I said, "Hey, man, you slut! I thought I was your boo."
Well, John, you're my bitch.
Oh, okay.
I kid. I just triggered John Peterson for eternity. So
no, not at all. But I just want to know. Wait a minute. Am I your bottom bitch?
Yes.
Wow, John. Okay, now we're getting deep here. I would say that you would probably be tops.
No,
your bottom bitch.
The bottom bitch. The top bitch is the bottom bitch.
That's my day one bitch. That's my bottom bitch.
I don't know. I just see so everybody thinks I'm this big bad brute, and I just see John Peterson dominating my ass. I don't know. So
I'm gonna be honest, Sokka, I would love to see you and Smokey Saint have a boxing match. I'm sorry,
dude. Many people have said that. Here's the thing about Smokey Saint, right? So CJ, you show yourself, right? You put yourself on camera. Why do you think Smokey doesn't?
I do.
I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I'm
going to tell you why.
Probably.
I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to give you a Trump reference, right?
Fuck.
He's a 400-pound dude in his basement.
Oh, no. His mom's basement.
I'm sorry. That's just too funny.
Hey, you want to know something funny? I'm not quite 400 pounds, but I'm a big guy, and I actually do live in a basement apartment.
Hey, I was very close to 300 pounds, but I've lost 20.
Guy. I'm not. Look at this. Look at this. I've got muscular, but I'm not a big guy. I'm just small.
But Leo, you got a very
see what happens.
You got a very big voice. So
yeah, I've been told my voice carries a lot.
All right, so I really want to get into so here's the backdrop, Sokka. So I went into a room with Smokey, I think
Parker,
it was.
You son of a bitch. I'm sorry. Your profile picture is just so sexy.
And we actually have the real Smokey Saint here right now. So I went into a room with
Hey, I like Smokey. I'm sorry, I really do.
I think it was a room,
but I like it.
I think it was a room. I'm not sure, but materialism of the gaps did come up, and I refer to Sokka when it comes to philosophical topics, and CJ piped in on materialism of the gaps. So I would really like to get to that, unless you guys want to keep beating up on Leo for the solipsism.
The thing is, solipsism is one of those things where you can't ever definitively prove or disprove it. You can only provide.
I know, dude, my man. And you have got to get on Drag server.
The thing is, I've seen Dragnot in live chats and stuff. That guy, I even said, because he made a comment. God, whose stream was it on? I want to say it was one of Smokey's, but
real quick.
Sure. Go ahead.
Leo, you don't have to go to the bathroom again, do you?
No.
Okay. Look, hey, why don't we just, for the next 10 minutes or so, why don't everybody else, myself included, here in the room, mute, except for CJ and Sokka, and let them hash out for at least 10 minutes what's the subject that Knock wants to hear.
Yeah, because I really want to learn about this. I really do. Antangelo was involved. Smokey Saint was involved. Synagogue, you came in and you mentioned shit. So yeah, I want to learn about this.
So are you talking about materialism of the gaps?
Right, but what I'm talking about now is all of us muting and letting Sokka and CJ talk for the next 10 minutes. And then everybody will come back in, all right? All right, here we go. I'm muting my.
I have to ask. So, what exactly is it that they're gonna? Because I'm curious. What exactly is it they're gonna talk about?
Materialism of the gaps.
I'm gonna wait for CJ to
we'll let CJ lead.
Right,
So
and after letting them hash it out for 10 minutes, because this is something Naka wanted to see, is the two of them go at it about this. Then you can come back in and you can be the first one after they're done for like 10 minutes or so. You can be the first one to comment, okay, Leo?
10, 15, 20 minutes. We're talking about soccer here, John.
I did want to say
Right,
I run to
right.
the, like if my camera shuts off, I'm still listening. I just ran to the bathroom.
Okay.
I probably will have to go in like 10 or 15 minutes. I just want to
Okay.
let everybody know that. So if you see that happen, I'm still here.
Oh yeah, come back.
Not just the very next time, but any point.
You
I'll
drank-
still be
you
here.
drank-
Well, then we can make it 20 to 40 minutes then.
You drank a lot of Red Bull today, didn't you, Leo?
No, I drank a lot of Budweiser.
No, Leo. I love Leo's energy, man. I love it. I fucking love it. So I'm gonna get that out there.
But yeah, I mean, if we're saying 20 minutes, then yeah, you're right. Sokka's involved, so it'll probably be 40 minutes. But anyway, all right.
I really want to hear this.
Watch as this is over in like 3 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, CJ, I love you, bro, but I don't think this is gonna last too long. But CJ, we'll let you lead, and then Sokka can respond because I mean, you had some very interesting inputs on materialism of the gaps.
All right, so let's mute. Go ahead and mute, Leo.
I just want to jump in here. This is unrelated. I just want to jump in really quick. I really wanted to say, Smokey, I'm glad to see you're in the chat. I'm not going to pressure you to join the live stream here, but I personally, I would just love it if you did, because personally, I like having conversations with you. I think.
Oh, Smokey Saint's here.
Capable of it.
I thought it was Smokey Saint still here.
I will put the link back in the chat, and Smokey, come in. I'll be nice, just like I told John Maddox. I'm not here to troll tonight. We were going to troll you on your intervention, but we're having deeper conversations. So if you want to be part of the deeper conversation, please come in. I will mute now. CJ lead and yeah, this is going to be fun.
And I'm going to mute too, but I will make no such promises that I'll be nice to you, Smokey, if you come in.
I will, and I'm going to drink beer from this point on.
All right. Take it away, CJ.
All right, yeah. So, my point, honestly, when it comes to this, is quite simple. I'm not arguing that naturalism of the gaps is necessarily a logical fallacy. I don't think that God of the gaps is necessarily a logical fallacy. I also don't think it's a legitimate criticism of most Christian apologists. However, with that being said, the criticism that is God of the gaps is basically, you don't know, therefore God, right? That's what people say. You don't know, therefore you place in God. Well, if that is the criticism, that we're just taking any old gap and throwing in God there, that applies equally to the naturalist, because the naturalist is taking any area where they don't know and saying naturalistic thing that we haven't quite discovered yet. Right. And that's the exact same process.
All right. Wow. Whew. Yeah, I agree.
All right, there you go. See, why are we having a conversation here then?
I mean, it's like you can't have it both ways. Like if you think that there's a God-shaped hole, somewhere, like take a look at something like abiogenesis. Okay, well, we don't know exactly how abiogenesis happened. Therefore, or that you can hear some arguments that it's mathematically impossible or something like that. Therefore, it would require some type of divine intervention. Well, no, I don't think that that's necessary at all. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it must be a naturalistic explanation, or that it somehow proves that it's a naturalistic explanation. To start to even get to that stage, you're talking about, first off, just huge metaphysical assumptions about what the state of reality is to begin with, and yeah, so just the idea that if something is unknown, but right at this time, but if an answer is found later on, that it's going to fall within whatever metaphysical view you hold. Yeah, that's just fallacious. And I like the kind of Humean epistemological approach on this one, where try to make as few metaphysical assumptions as possible. So when it comes to something like the substance of the universe, whether or not it's natural, supernatural, or anything like that, I really don't care. Like I'm agnostic on that subject. But I mean, for all I know, like I said, like there could be an idealistic universe and we just exist in some type of dream of Brahma, and that the reality would operate in exactly the same way as we see it operating now. So it could be supernatural, could be natural, or do these? And the question is, do these terms even have any type of relevance to these conversations?
Exactly. That is literally, I mean, we literally completely agree, because my point here, and the original point was actually made by, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, James Tour. So it's not originally mine. But the point here is simply that the God of the Gaps claim is nothing more than saying, basically, you believe in God. It's like, okay, that's not really a criticism, though. Of course I believe in God. And you believe in naturalism. What's the point? Right? We all take on some level of what would really properly be defined as faith, and regardless of why you have that faith, maybe it's because of some level of scientific evidence. That's not the point. The point is you believe things that you do not know because it fits within a certain worldview frame, such as a naturalistic beginning of the universe, or whatever that happens to be, if you happen to be a naturalist, right? And if that is the case, then that criticism you are levying on the theist is the self-same criticism that can be levied against you.
Yeah, the absence of an answer is not proof of this does not prove what your claim is. Yeah. So Naka, John, did that go anywhere close to the way you thought it would?
Well, no, I didn't even know. I didn't have any expectations of where it was going to go. That was.
I think it was way quicker than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
I mean, like, so I mean, well, so here's the second part is that there can be arguments that can be made about what are you better off believing, like, so that if you did some type of abductive inference on something like this, where that you want to take a look at a natural explanation versus a supernatural explanation, and providing that you can define these in such a way that you actually create some type of clear categories that separate what natural and supernatural is. That, I think that's the very first problem or hurdle that you're going to have to overcome. Okay, so there's natural. Okay, so we have this kind of have this idea of what it means to be natural, not necessarily material or anything like that. Just to talk about natural. And we have this idea of this type of this causal chain that exists out there. Okay, so the substance of the universe is kind of interacting in a way with itself that is kind of creating this kind of causal chain that seems very kind of deterministic in its nature. And then the supernatural. Well, what would fill the criteria then of the things that are now supernatural? Would that be separate than the rest of the material of the universe? And the stuff that's separate, how is it that it interacts with the rest of the universe? Is there actually a need to appeal to this other substance in general? And if do we have any reason to believe that outside of this natural causation that we have here, that there exists another causal chain of something that is not natural? I mean, do we have any type of evidence of something like that actually existing? And at this point in time, we only see things operating in kind of one way. We only really kind of see like this one kind of causal chain, and we kind of call that the natural or the material stuff out there. But the inclusion then of trying to bring in another substance or like another type of material to the universe to try to explain something else, you could say doesn't really have really strong explanatory power. Okay, so that if you had, for example, you park your car in a parking lot, okay, and you come back after shopping and there's a dent in your door. Okay, well, you take a look at like a natural explanation, that somebody pulled up beside it, they opened their car door, hit yours, they left a dent in it. Okay, that has some type of explanatory value to it, and probably likely, this happens all the time. There's a lot of things that we can kind of infer from, to get to that conclusion. But then you could also put forward the hypothesis that some type of supernatural entity or like parking lot fairies with little hammers came along and started smashing the side of the car as well. Well, that's also another hypothesis that we could present to explain what this phenomena that we're trying to explain. And then we can take a look at, out of these two explanations, whether or not they have the same type of explanatory value to them to come to kind of an inference about what actually happened. And so there are certain things out there that we view as explanatory values or explanatory virtues to explain these things, such as novelty, Occam's razor, or the principle of parsimony. What else there? Fruitfulness. There's I think there's like 7 or 8 main ones that you could kind of present.
Hey, Sock, is it all right if I say something real quick?
Sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I had to go AFK for a minute, but when you guys got done there, you said, "Hey, did that go as long as you guys thought?" Well, I'll say it didn't go maybe as long as we were predicting, but one thing is for sure, I just want to tell CJ that in that short little conversation you had, he convinced me that I was wrong about something, because I've never talked to him about this, but I've had other Christians throw that phrase out there, naturalism of the gaps, and I just ruled it out of hand and sloughed it off. Oh, come on. But but it's actually kind of an apt phrase, because
John,
what?
All right, so I just unhid Smokey, dude. We can't.
I understand that. I tried to unhide him too, and it wouldn't let me do it on
I mean, all right, come on, dude. I'm trying to win a battle here. Don't fuck me up.
Well, no, I hit him for a minute, and I was trying to bring him back, but I couldn't find any comments. It made it I refreshed the page, and all his comments were gone, so I couldn't bring him back. But yeah,
control your emotions, John.
What's that? But at any rate, let me finish my sentence here. That's a very apt thing to say, as far as, because we don't abiogenesis is just a hypothesis, and other things are just hypotheses. And if you're just going to assume that it's naturalistic, then yeah, I guess that phrase is warranted. But as Sokka said, then you got to go from there, though, which has the best explanatory power, and by induction, you're safe in assuming that it's naturalism. But go ahead, Sokka.
Yeah. So yeah, you start off with the like I said, you take a look at the possible explanations now for between like I said, the parking lot fairies with the little hammers, or somebody hit your car with a door, or an infinite amount of other possibilities out there, and you're going to ascribe certain explanatory value to these things through how consistent they are with other phenomena that you observe, the scope in which they can explain things, how simple, testability, fruitfulness, coherence. I mean, like there's all these other concepts out there, and the introduction of a separate causal chain that somehow exists with these things, this stuff that we call kind of natural causation, seems like, just through the principle of parsimony alone, it would make more sense to just kind of discount those things. But that being said, that is completely predicated on the position that that you could separate at the very forefront of that there are 2 different substances in the universe. Okay, so that would be a good way to argue against any type of dualist position. So I could say that if there's a natural and there's a supernatural, that this is a good way to believe that the supernatural doesn't exist, and you can kind of argue against that. But if somebody was to come out and just argue for an idealistic universe, that everything's like the same stuff, that there is no, that everything, the stuff that this natural causal chain is all the same shit, then you couldn't use the same type of abductive inferences to get to that explanation. And so you're really going to have to argue from whatever your metaphysical kind of assumption is at the onset of the argument. And so it's not a strong way to go about it. But if you're arguing with somebody who is arguing for some definitively like 2 different substances of reality, supernatural and natural, I think that you can form an argument against that. But if you have somebody come in, with there's some Christians that ascribe to some type of form of idealism, or you're going to get that, especially with a lot of deists, then yeah, you couldn't use that naturalism of the gaps type of argument against them. It doesn't work. So that's my short answer and long answer, I guess. Is I agree with CJ. Is that it's not a great argument, but I think it has merit if you're actually arguing against the metaphysical possibility of some dualist positions.
So real quick, I just want to address the what I did in the chat. All right, and I won't do it again because rage unhid everybody. But the reason that I hid fucking Smokey is he was going on, and it doesn't bother rage, but it bothers me. He was going off on that shit again about that. Knock cried. Okay, so maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But I'll tell you what, there's nothing wrong with a person getting emotional and having tears come out of their eyes.
Oh, so I didn't cry, John.
I know you didn't, but I'm just saying, even if you had, fucking, what difference does it make? I'm just
when I had tears coming out of my eyes, it was in reference to my daughter's death threats.
Yeah,
I did not cry in the debate with Matt Powell. I debunked it a billion fucking times. Every time they fucking say it, I get a boner.
Men are not supposed to cry. Men aren't supposed to cry, but Smokey's no one to criticize anyone over that.
Who said men are not supposed to cry?
Shut up, Pete Mars.
Men can cry. I cry every time I watch Legends of the Motherfucking Fall. So I mean, that does not make me unmanlike. It makes me appreciative of good fucking art.
Right. And the idea
let me say, I do think there is some truth to be said.
May not cry is utter fucking bullshit. And real quick, sorry, CJ. Hey,
Taka was in that room that night when I shed tears over my daughter, and we had. I mean, it wasn't just my daughter; it was everybody that came to support me, everybody that came to give me their healthy criticisms. I mean, we had fucking so many people in that room that night, and it was a very emotional night for me. So when I shed tears, it was because we were talking about my daughter getting death threats.
Right? It's because you're not mature. It's because you're a real man.
I
mean,
dude, shut up, Mars. I mean, come on, dude. I mean, you are not that. You are not that big a piece of shit as to call me a not a man because I shed tears. I mean, dude, do you know what it's like to have your... So I was threatened by the ISUPK. It was nothing, right? Like, I was threatened by the NIFB. It was nothing. When they threatened my child, that was everything, P. Mars. You cannot understand that.
Well, and what you got to understand, too, P. Mars,
I've been trying to say this for like 3 minutes now. Knock. I do not want to be in a room with P. Mars. He is a racist piece of fucking garbage, and I'm booting him out of here.
Well, yeah, I mean, go for it.
I don't want to be in a room
going to let him
with
come in
Ray
and
he's angry.
I was
That's
going to
what
let
I
him
was
come
gonna
in
say.
and give his perspective because
he can come back. He can come back sometimes and be with you.
As much as I don't like P. Mars, John, I hate cancel culture.
Yeah, I'm not trying to cancel him. Come back sometime, P. Mars, and talk to Knock, but I won't talk to you. You know, I was just in fucking one of Skylar's streams the other day, and he was in the fucking...
I mean, considering he derailed the whole conversation with that bullshit about me crying, you're completely 100% justified, John Peterson. Let's get back to the real conversation. Smokey's scared of the big boy conversation. So CJ ain't. CJ is a man.
Well, no, you get to talk. I interrupted CJ really 3 times. So let him say what he was going to say, and then you go, Leo.
Well, I was just going to briefly say, I know there is certainly something to be said about, especially if we're talking about the traditional, ideas of being manly, then yeah, there's definitely something to be said about not being overly emotional. But I don't think that one of the things that counts in that situation is, receiving death threats upon your family members, specifically things like wives and children. That's certainly it's not an unmanly thing to cry over by any stretch. And by the way, none of the old fashioned kind of people who had this rugged idea of masculinity had any sort of a problem with men crying in given situations. I mean, Jesus cried at the Garden of Gethsemane, just as a perfect example. You know what I mean? There's reports of tons of the old generals, from different cultures, from Roman cultures, Greek cultures, so on and so forth, crying. Reports of generals from our own Civil War and Revolution and so forth crying. And it's just like, the idea that masculine men don't ever cry is false. There's something to be said about hysterical, what we would traditionally call effeminate men, but that's not at all, what I think is being talked about here. So, and I think it's stupid that people would try to use that against you, because if anything, I would consider you to be somewhat less of a man if that didn't impact you emotionally.
Exactly, CJ. Thank you so much. So, I don't think anybody that has ever known me can call me weak, right? Like I am fucking stupid sometimes because I'm so bullheaded.
Rarely.
But when it comes to my daughter, right? Like she is literally my miracle, CJ. She is my miracle. Like I was told, I had an injury playing football when I was 17 years old, and I was told by a doctor I would never have children, ever. And when we conceived and my daughter was first conceived, I didn't think it was real. I doubted it because I trusted those doctors, right? And then she was born, and she has grown into the spitting image of me, and I named her after myself. So like I understand that I bring a certain amount of vitriol being who I am. I have accepted that. I made a video about the ISUPK on my first channel, right? My first channel ever. And I got so many death threats based upon that because I called them out purely on them claiming that Native Americans were part of the lost tribes of Israel. I mean, it's just a complete impossibility. It's a complete impossibility.
Yeah,
I called them out about that, and they called me. I mean, I had so many death threats. Never took it seriously. Maybe every once in a while I looked over my shoulder. But when I got death threats from Matt Powell's people, the NIFB, on my daughter, and the NIFB are literally 40 minutes north of where I live. Dude, I mean, even Dr. John, I mean,
you on hid knock.
So many people understand the stress I was going through at that time. Because it was all behind the scenes. I rarely talked about it. And when I did talk about it, I got emotional because I'm a human being and it's my daughter, right? Like it's my fucking daughter.
Well, right. And see, here's the guy that you unhid, with his lovely comment about what we were talking about.
Dude, I can literally, dude, this is fucking history, man. I called the cops 3 times. I've got police reports. Matt Powell knew about it. Me and Matt Powell had private conversations about it. Matt Powell confided to me that he had a death threat from somebody claiming to be me, right? And that was all before the debate when he denied everything. I mean, everything. He denied everything in that debate. And it broke my heart because I really, I've had hope for Matt. And it went away in that moment. And Cyrus the Skeptic came on very critical of my debate performance. But the first thing he was worried about was that because he understood that fucking affected me. And Shannon Q came on and she understood that shit fucking affected me. Right? Like I'm a human being. As hard as I present myself, you don't attack my child.
Can I jump in here?
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
Leo.
Yeah, that with the comment that you here, just to make sure, Saint said, "Can we see receipts of the death threats yet?"
I will not provide the police reports until the police reports are closed. But I do have them, and I have every single fucking private message between me and Matt Powell on the subject, and Matt Powell has given me permission to release it all, and I'm a stubborn bitch. I don't release private shit, right? So it's been a conflict with me. It's been a serious conflict. It's been a really big conflict.
The thing that I want to say is for Smokey, that is something that's going to be hard for somebody. I'm
Smokey, this is documented fucking history. Dude.
I get where Smokey is coming from. He wants to see the documentation that you were actually threatened and your daughter was threatened. But at the same time, I can understand why that's not at all something you would want to show to the public. I get that. So
Well,
I
it's
can get where
also none of
coming from
Smokey's
and wanting
business
it, but
about
I
it.
can also get where Rage is
this
at. When, like, you know, dude,
this
that's not okay.
transpired.
Because
This
that's
shit
not
transpired
at
live,
all.
yo. It transpired live. Like this shit. This is all history. Like this isn't even disputed history at this point. This shit transpired live. Matt Powell would call me live, and we would talk about the death threats I got. Like, I mean, this.
Hey, Naka, can you address the comment at the bottom of the screen now? Do you remember him now from what he's saying? I think he's admitting that to his identity when he said
No, I don't remember that. Like, do you not understand how many troll comments I get?
Yeah.
I mean, I've had people call me. I've had people call me a pedophile. I've had people call me a fucking. I mean, everything you can think of in my comment section.
Yeah, I mean, Naka, I don't know. I'm gonna end up hiding the motherfucker.
I mean, no, do not hide Smokey Saint. Smokey is doing this on purpose. This is the guy that pretended to have a dead child. Not let us forget.
Can I jump in here, please? So
yeah,
number
go
one,
ahead.
This might sound conceited, but all I ask of Rage is if you ever
I'm just
feel
saying. Well, I'm just saying. I want to ask CJ. I want to ask CJ.
I know actual like recon Marines.
Like,
that
what the
will
fuck is
come
this
with
attack
me
from
to
Smokey
Michigan.
Saint right now?
Hold on. And I'm just throwing this out there as just basic information. If at any point you say, you know what, I don't trust this. I either A, need to be somewhere where I know I'm safe, or B, I need people around me I know I'm safe. Just let me know. I'm really not joking. I'm really not joking. All you got to do is give me the word. Me and Recon Marine that I know will be there with assault.
Wait. All right. So I thought I was unmuted and I muted myself. So Leo, real quick, I'm gonna fucking do something stupid right now.
Hold on here.
No, I'm gonna do something really stupid right now
Go
because
ahead.
I am just fucking sick of this shit. So my name ain't Nakasuchi, it's Ronnie. And it's not just Ronnie.
Yeah.
It's Ronnie Tate the motherfucking second. I live in Battle Creek, Michigan. And any motherfucker that wants to come to Battle Creek, Michigan and fuck with me or my daughter are going to experience a motherfucking life of hell. So come here now, bitch.
Yeah, hey, Knock.
I love that mentality.
You didn't tell me. Hey, you didn't tell me I couldn't time him out. So.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, time the bitch out.
But
Just
the
don't
thing
fucking
is-
hide him. Yeah.
The thing here is, I'm not gonna lie. I'm really not. People can disagree with me. I got some respect for Smokey because he's not like the others. But I don't think Smokey quite understands what it's. I might be wrong. He might have children. I don't think he does. I don't think he really understands that. I don't think he understands I don't have children. Hold on, please.
Well, no,
I
you'll
don't
go on.
have
One
children
little
of my
comment.
own,
Just one
but
little
I've got a
comment.
niece and a nephew that have been actually threatened by people. I showed up to where he works with a machete. I'm not joking. With a machete. I was escorted out by the sheriff's department in cuffs.
Well, yeah, and that's exactly it.
I know what that means. I know what
this
that's
is
like
completely-
to have the people that you care about most threatened.
This
I don't
is
think
really
Smokey
completely. I mean, this is really low by Smokey to do this shit. So, you know, I didn't want this conversation to delve in my personal life, but I am not a person that's afraid. I really am not.
Hold on, here. Andrew's like,
I am not a person that lives in fear.
People that are gang affiliated. Andrew T. How many people have you directly witnessed getting jumped into a gang? Let me know that. And then come back to fucking me and talk to me about gangs. Because I would bet I would bet that if you put a check in front of me and wrote any motherfucking amount of money on it that you wanted to, you've never in your fucking life watched anybody get beat into a gang, let alone be involved in gang fights like I have. So shut the fuck up, You ignorant piece of
I
shit.
love it,
You
man.
don't
I
know
love it.
what
I
the
love it.
fuck you're talking about.
I love it.
What it's like.
I love it. You know what? You know what? You know what? Wow, wow. We are in the fucking rage now. We are in the rage now.
I've been escorted out by sheriff's department.
Oh my
Come
God.
the fuck at me, bitch! I dare you. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You
I love it, Leo, but
white piece
yeah,
of
Leo.
shit.
Leo.
Take a drink, Leo.
Hey, Leo, all I was trying to say after your, I didn't know you were going to go all the way down this, but that was beautiful. I agree with all of it. Fuck him.
Yeah, well, and let me comment, John.
Wait. All I was going to say there at the beginning is when you were saying you weren't sure if Smokey had kids. All I wanted to say at that point was it's a sound assumption that he doesn't have kids because I'm pretty sure you have to have sex with a woman to have kids. So.
All right, so let me talk for a minute. So, like, wow, I love the rage, man. On the rage, yeah. So
fuck you, doorknob, and fuck you. No, that's the only one. Sorry, go ahead, rage.
Doorknob is, man. You will learn to love doorknob head.
He don't know a goddamn thing about the real world.
Doorknob.
He wouldn't know what.
Okay, so
if he's had a gun,
real quick,
he wouldn't know what to do.
Real quick, Leo.
Oh my God.
Leo. All right, cool down. Have a sense of humor because doorknob is just fucking with you, my man. So okay, so when it comes to gangs,
I hope so.
When it comes to gangs, nobody in this life has seen more people beat into a gang than I have. I can almost guarantee it. I can almost guarantee it.
I probably haven't.
Not dog.
Right. Yeah,
I have watched it happen. I have experienced it. I was beat into a gang myself, right? So, I know what it's like. We have violated people, and it was not pleasant. And we all kind of face murder charges. I mean, I just put my name out there. So I mean, you can look me up, and I don't lie. So yeah, have fun with that shit. Okay, so
shit, I'll put my name out there, Devin Gleister.
What I want to say though, Leo. What I want to say though, Leo. Let me finish this. Is because I have been the raging atheist for a very long time, right? About 3 years now. I have gotten the worst comments under the sun. We've just spoken about the comments I got on my daughter's shit. And trust me, once everything's resolved, a video is coming. Okay? And it will be when everything's resolved. I feel comfortable for the first time in my life. This last year, I have not worried about being killed by people. And I'm not worried about it now because I put my shit out there. In fact, I'm going to start scrolling my Facebook, Ronnie Tate II. If you want to follow me on my real Facebook, come follow me and let's argue because that's where I do most of my real arguing. But when it comes to Smokey, when it comes to all of this shit, when it comes to the hate, when it comes to dealing with it, you have to understand when you choose to make a stand, when you choose to stand up in this life, there are consequences to that. I have accepted them all. Every single one of them. The only things I will not accept are the threats to my daughter who has nothing to do with it. That is the only thing I will not accept and I never will. And if anybody ever comes here at my daughter, I will kill a human being. It is the only time I will do so. You come here, I will kill you.
Hey, Knock, is there a possibility that a few minutes ago during part of that Leo outraged the rage?
Probably.
No, because Will Kincaid might have an account of me really raging at my best, and nobody will ever top it, ever.
Hey, I think Oz has been trying to say something for a while.
I would really like to move the conversation away from this shit, but I want Oz to interject, and I would like to maybe get to something else.
Can I please make just one quick comment? It's not fully related, but I just wanted to say the thing with rage is, I know that this is a guy that's had a little bit of a harder life.
Holy shit, Oz, you totally changed the look.
that a lot of people haven't. I'm the same way. Most of the people in the chat probably have not seen a lot of things that either me or Rage have seen.
It makes you a different person, Leo. It does.
I'm right there with you guys.
Exactly. It makes you a different. You see, it just does.
Yes, it does.
Knowing that lifestyle makes you a different person. Knowing what it is, what it's about, what it means, makes you a different person. And I'm gonna get slightly political. These dumbass fucking white conservatives don't know the first fucking thing about it. And they never will. And that's why they're all about, well, all lives matter, because they don't.
Leo, I love you right now, man. I agree.
That's
but
I'm done.
All right, so yeah, let's let other people get in. Let's move the conversation. But I want respond to what you want to respond to. Holy shit, I can't believe I just gave my name and where I live. I'm not even fucking drunk. I'm just really high. So
neither am I. I'm just like in that mood. Geneva, Iowa, end of the laneway. Don't come off the property because you will be split in fucking half by that shotgun.
I swear to God. I swear to God.
Double barrel are loaded with.
Let's
just move the topic.
I think we're going to have to edit out a few moments of the stream.
No, I'm actually gonna I'm gonna stand by it. I'm actually gonna go from Nakatsuchi to my real name from here on out. I do not fear any human being on this earth.
Good. I'm glad for that.
Go ahead,
I will
buddy.
always call you
You've been trying to
Rage.
say something for a while.
Oh, wait, am I good? Am I good?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So first and foremost, it's easy to make assumptions on where people come from, what they've been through, and try to line them up, right? And try to assume that they may know something about where you're from or whatnot. And I even being on screen, just now actually put my face on the screen, but listening, no, actually everything that was described, I've been through many times. So to try to assert that, there's only a few people that may have seen that or not is false. My thing coming into this is, if there's somebody like Smokey out there, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but everything I've seen so far, this gentleman claims to be a Christian, a believer. Is that am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a gentleman that acts the way he acts and talks the way he talks and portrays himself, obviously the way we've even seen him portray himself tonight. My question is, Rage or Saki, you and I talked about this first time and Ronnie, since you're going live now, Ronnie, you and I talked the first time, 2 times we met and spoke. Like why waste time on people like that? Why are we wasting time on that when there's people that we could actually be helping right now, but we're on here letting this dude talk shit?
Well, there's 3 things, and I'm going to be as truthful as I possibly can be. 1, I am the most bullheaded motherfucker you have ever met. 2, I get OCD on shit. I always have. So when I focus on something, I go full force. 3, I have so many laughs involved with it. Like until now, like when this shit gets like this personal and people are like attack my child, and then Smokey is gonna be like, for one, it's like the best representation that I can give doing what I do, which is normalizing atheism in the way of putting my morality compared to the next guy. So, I get on these streams, I make very provocative videos. I sometimes I will absolutely rage for no reason at all. But then I show my morality and I show how I'm able to see where I'm wrong and grow as a human being. And then I show my worst moments. I had one of my absolutely worst moments in the history of my life a few months ago with a person that I fucking loved, and we had such a disagreement that we now despise each other, right? Like, so I tried to display all of that, and then I put that up against these Christians that come at me, and it usually happens in the comment section. It happened with Matt Powell in the comment section. It's happened with Smokey Saint in the comment section. It's happened with a lot of people in the comment section, to where I will pit myself against them and then say, show me how your morality wins in the end. Because as shitty as I get, because I really, for 15 years, I lived atheism in the closet. And I had all of my family members around me telling me, don't talk about this, don't talk about that. We don't want to hear about God. We don't want to hear about your politics. We don't want to hear about all the things that you study relentlessly. And we just want you to be a normal human being and come to these family functions and basically be fucking quiet. Right. So when I came on YouTube, I was like, I'm not going to be quiet anymore. I'm going to ask questions and I'm going to go raw dog on them. And then when they get triggered about that, I can pit myself against Smokey Saint and say, let's compare our moralities. You're accusing me of being a neo-Nazi right now, right? Seriously, like you are saying I'm a neo-Nazi. Prove it. So let me then prove how you're racist, and that's kind of been my game from the very beginning. And the ultimate goal of that is to show that atheists have morality beyond God.
Right, and you and I have talked, and we agree on that. My question is, why waste your time? Why waste your, and just talking to you, Ronnie, right now, you and I, why waste your time on somebody that you're obviously not going to get through to? It's not going to make a difference. It's not going to make impact, and you're not proving anything.
No, not to Smokey. No.
Yeah, but why not reassert those efforts? And because I fucking love your passion and what you put in this. I do, but why waste it, your time, your energy on something or someone like him he's not listening to you. He's baiting you.
No, yeah. Oh no, exactly.
I'll say right now. Hold on, I'm not done.
Let
us finish, and then I'll respond.
I understand. I got one sentence to say. So you don't allow for the possibility that his interactions with Smokey, that there's somebody in the audience that might be affected by it in a positive way?
Well, that will ultimately be my point. But John, let us finish, because this is great. This is actually the conversation I really want to have right now, because there is this element in the atheist community that want to interpret how atheists should be. And I'm not saying that about you, Oz, because that has nothing at all to do with you right now, right? So I want you to finish your point, and then I will respond, because I've actually been building towards this argument.
Okay, great. And I think at the end of the day, we can all agree on most things. And what I'll end with, what I was getting ready to go to, is, Ronnie, I can hear it in your voice when you speak about your daughter. And I have 4 biological children, and now I have 2 stepchildren. And if anyone, let it be known, anyone crosses them or threatens their safety, their life, whatever, you're going to see a side of me that you've probably never seen before. Very few people have seen. So I get that, and I understand that. That's where, like, I'm not going to, if there's somebody that's brought those threats into me or my children's life, I don't care if they call themselves Christians, Buddhist, whatever. They're no longer going to have a space or real estate in my life, whether it's online or in real life or anything like that. That's all I'm saying. And like I said, I love your passion, and I'm behind the passion. I just, my opinion, it's solely my opinion, is, Ronnie, you could make even more impacts abroad, not wasting energy on people like Smokey. That's all I'm saying.
I agree and I don't agree. So here's the thing. So when I pit myself against Smokey and people like Matt Powell, more specifically Matt Powell, because Smokey, what I've tried to portray about him is he's just laughs. You know, like he has no substance to him, to where Matt Powell actually does, because Matt Powell is speaking from a truly biblical perspective, to where Smokey is just a troll. So when I pit myself against Smokey Saint, I'm really talking to the moderate Christian here, because Smokey Saint pits himself as this progressive Christian when he's not. He's a fundamentalist, and he pretends not to be. So it's very easy for me to pit myself against Smokey, because he's really all bark and no bite. When I go against Matt Powell, though, it's a completely different story. So Matt Powell uses the Bible to promote very, very hateful things. So no one wants to confront the true hatred of these religious aspects. You know, you start confronting. And I see you, Leo, but I got to finish here.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to jump in when he's done, because I'm gonna have to say goodnight. But go ahead, Knock.
You start confronting the harshness of Islam, and you're called an Islamophobic, right? And you start confronting the harshness of Christianity, and they're saying, why do you put that on your channel and promote that? Well, it depends on the context. Nobody wants to get in the mud with these people. Nobody wants to be that person that says, hey, come on and let's have a chat with the most despicable of despicables, right? Nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to do that. And I made that choice a long time ago to do exactly that, right?
And Ronnie, I do admire your desire to dig in and get dirty. Like I admire that. And again, I'm simply speaking my opinion in listening to and consuming YouTube atheist material all day, every day. You know, on my breaks and my downtime, I consume everything that I can. But the ones we're talking about, those aren't the extremists. Those are the trolls. They're going to throw anything and everything out there to get attention. So I understand what you want in your plan, and I'm actually completely would back that and support it. But like ones like, you know, especially a Smokey, the one that I've heard the most with you lately, because that's a troll. He's not your average even fundamentalist Christian. He's just a troll.
Well, I'm not quite sure about that.
Can I interject? I just want to. I got to get out of here, and I just want to interject one point. Like, I agree with everything that Oz said, but like, I just want to point out, it's just like in a debate. When you have a debate with someone, you're not going to change your interlocutor's mind. There's no coming to common ground against an interlocutor in a debate. This is kind of the same thing. Like, Nakasuchi has no illusions that he's going to change Smokey Saint. But the fact of the matter is, there's a contingent of folks out there that listen to what Smokey Saint has to say. And if Knock confronts a piece of shit like Smokey Saint in a live stream, there might be people on the fence in the audience that'll be swayed by that conversation when they see what a horrible piece of shit Smokey Saint is. And, you know, so that's the value in it, in my mind. But nothing you said, Oz, was anything I can disagree with. But thank you so much for letting me be in here tonight, Knock, and everybody else. So
and thank you, John, for being here. And it's been a good stream. And Oz, I totally appreciate where you're coming from, because you're coming here and you're bringing this here. All right. So many people don't.
Fuck.
Yeah, so let me speak to this, because there is this element in atheism right now that wants to say that this is how you do it, right?
I'm not saying that.
Well, no, not you, Oz. This has nothing at all to do with you. I was actually going to speak about this for the last couple of days. So there is this element of atheism, and I am going to be straight up fucking honest, and I think that they are being convinced by theists to think this, right? Like we need to be respectful of religion. And my response to that is, how can I be respectful of the thing that drove my family to shun me? right? How can I be respectful of the thing that drove my dad to tell me he was going to beat my ass? How can I be respectful of the thing that drives people like Smokey Saint to talk about my child? I will do atheism how I want to do atheism, and I will confront them how I want. And again, Oz, this has nothing at all to do with you. I mean, you are a genuine human being, but people can't understand 15 years of being told to shut the fuck up. They just can't.
No, they can't.
They can't. And every time I think that the rage is gone, right? Every time I think that that anger is gone, I get told to shut the fuck up again, and this time it's by my own. and I can't tell you how frustrating that is.
Yeah, and can I just say, Ronnie, I am a true believer in our first, second, third, all the rights. Right, I believe it, and I believe that you and everybody on the screen should be able to say what the fuck we want to say. Period. Yep. First and foremost, I want to make that perfectly clear.
I disagree.
And I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you how to atheist and how not to atheist. That's not at all my point. And I know you said you weren't talking directly to me.
Yeah, I have an element trying to cancel me. Like, and they go to content creators and they say, hey, don't have Knock on your show, or we're not going to watch your show anymore. And I'm like, dude, I am one of the most honest people. So I confront people that people want to stay away from. Right. And these people say horrible things about people that I don't necessarily like. You know, like people that have tried to cancel me, and I defend them anyway, because somebody's got to get in the mud with these fuckers. Somebody has got to go in there and say, you know what, you're just stupid. You know, people are listening to him. This dude has blown the fuck up out of no. He's on Modern Day Debate 3 times a week. You know, like,
And Ronnie, I guess I'll say this, and if I feel the need to jump back in, I will. But I'm totally.
I've always loved your honesty, dude. I appreciate you. I really do. I appreciate you as a human being. I'm not talking to you mainly. I'm talking to other people.
No, and
why is there any other name that you've been in your under?
Hold on one second. I feel the same way, and I know we're on 2 different sides of how we argue and how we bring up conversations, everything, and I actually respect that. I love that. We need different styles. We need different personality profiles, and we need all of those things.
100%.
Yes. But I think it was Jay-Z said in a song. Be careful you don't argue with fools, because people from a distance can't tell who is who. And that's where I don't get fucked up. I'm not going to. Yeah. You're not going to find me arguing with fools, because people from a distance can't tell who is who, and that's all I'll say.
I don't.
Well, I know,
suffer fools or strike bargains with them,
dude. I have suffered consequences. You know, like I'm not a wealthy person, right? So any help that I get from this channel helps me pay my bills, right? So
that's why I support you.
When YouTube took my demonetization away, and I had a choice to make, right? Like I was like, am I gonna go with what's gonna be easy, which is get rid of all those shit conversations, or am I gonna go with what is hard? And that means I have to work more. That means I'm not gonna make shit off of YouTube anymore. I'm only gonna do it because I like to do it. And I made that choice. I made it. I said, fuck the capitalist. I'm gonna do what I want to do, right? And
fuck the police.
I truly believe that what I've done on this channel has been unique, and a lot of people don't watch it, right? So, like
it has
a lot of people talk about the Westboro Baptist Church, right? Like they talk about them, but they don't confront them. What I do, I confront them, and I get down there and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna call you a bitch because you're a bitch.
You're a bitch.
And
you're a little ass bitch boy that doesn't know anything about anything.
There is an element of atheism right now, right? That says, why would you yell at somebody? Why would you do that? Why would you do this? And they're talking to me, right? But are they talking to Matt Dillahunty? Are they talking to Aaron Ra? Are they talking to the people that did this before me? Or are they talking to me? Because, it's very easy to make a response video. It's very hard to face that person face to face. Now, as far as I know, I'm the only one that's done that with Matt Powell. I'm the only one.
And real quick, just on just a little bit of a comedic relief here. Doorknob Head said, "Rage is Aaron Ra, Oz is the T jump." So we're killing the game. We're killing the game right now.
Well, and your approach is as needed as I think my approach is, right? So, like when I have this conversation with people about what's the best approach to approach Christianity, and lately I've been told, well, psychology says you're not going to convince anybody if you're yelling at them, and my response to that would be, and I didn't do it publicly because I respect the person, like he's probably my favorite content creator, but my response would be, has psychology really studied affecting the deep indoctrination of religion? Because I've talked to a lot of Christians, right? And I have great conversations with them. Some are very positive, some are very negative. I think I have more conversations with Christianity than most people do. And the thing that I know about conversations is they go based upon what the person is bringing at you. So you have to give what is given, and you cannot be afraid of any, like I had people telling me, don't talk to Jill because he doesn't talk to women. And after a while it became, well, Rage is afraid to talk to Jill, and you cannot be afraid of these things. You have to confront the most basic of things. And sometimes that's hard. And it's really hard for people that really want to have the really sophisticated conversations to understand. But Christianity really isn't that sophisticated. It just isn't. Most people are very basic in their beliefs, and you have to take it to that level to really attack it. And I understand people don't like it. But my response to them has always been, I am just me.
Yep. And
can I be honest with you for a second, Rage?
Can I just say one thing? And I got to get up. I got to go to work. Yeah, I got to work in the morning, so I apologize. No, Ronnie, I appreciate what you do, and I don't want to take anything away from that, and I don't want anybody listening thinking that I'm questioning you or your motives or why you do what you do or your channel, anything like that. That wasn't. It was literally my attempt.
Yeah, no, dude, I totally love you, and I think that you are the first person to actually approach me about this, like to actually come on my channel and just be like, dude, what's up? So I respect you, Oz. I actually respect you more now.
Well, I appreciate that. And I do, and I'll continue watching and listening to your content, because I think there's something that we can all take away from each other, and I think you're a fool, you're an idiot if you think otherwise,
Oh no, but, dude, I think I do, and Smokey's just a troll farm, man. I proved my point. I want to get away, but then he does stupid shit.
No, you're good, and you the first time you and I ever talked, you said that about your willingness to get in the mud and get dirty, and and we need, we do need that. We need the people that aren't afraid to fight that fight, and get in the trenches and do those things. So I respect that, but I'm the type, I always ask why. Why do we do this? I even do it at work. Okay, why are we doing this?
Well, I will answer that as honestly as I can. It's very personal for me. It's very personal. I'm not trying to reach an audience. I'm not trying to convince anybody in the audience. I know John put that out there. I'm really not trying to do that. I'm telling off my aunt that told me to shut the fuck up every time, almost every single time. I mean, I'm just being honest.
Well, and I love that, because you're so this is your platform for that. And then me in my professional world, because I'm a high school dropout and everybody told me I would never be anything. It's every time I cash a paycheck, that's demonstratively the same thing you're doing. It's my two middle fingers up, like, oh yeah. You told me now I'd never do this. Well, guess what? See the watch, see the house. I'm doing all those things. So it's like, I get it. I understand that. But what I will say, kind of wrap my part up before I go to bed is, there's the way I look at the atheist community, as far as everybody that I've met so far, and I've had the privilege of meeting a bunch of really badass, awesome people, and when I look at it, it is kind of like we're putting together our own, transformers, so to speak, where it's like each person has their part, each person has their piece, and they have their position and what they do and what they shouldn't do. I love that. And I love that we can all respect each other enough to say, okay, that's not my cup of tea. I'm not going to operate in that, but I'm going to support you anyway because I see what you're doing. I see and I can respect what you're doing. So at the end of the day, I want you to know that.
Well, yeah, like totally, Oz. Like the point of tonight's stream, before we got all philosophical and shit, was to expose Christianity's patriarchy towards women. Like I literally have Christians saying women need to shut the fuck up.
Like and all them talking about Jen Aldridge, which was just fucking horrific.
Well, yeah, and the whole Jen Aldridge thing is just like Smokey trying to set me up to be hypocritical. It's really weird, but like, no, I totally hear you, Oz. Like, this is a conflict I have within myself almost every single day. Like, right, like I am smarter than I portray myself. Like, I understand a lot of arguments that I really try to dummy myself down for common atheists. Like, I've always felt like there's this error about atheism, right? Like you have to know philosophy, right? Or you don't know shit, right? Like or just right? And CJ, I'll let you break in. I know we're getting late. Or like you have to really understand the fucking Bible and spit verses. No, like atheism is really, it's for everybody. It really is. It can be, you can be a fucking high school dropout, not understand shit about shit, and come to the conclusion that God is bullshit. And CJ, I'm really not trying to disrespect you right now, but I mean it's that easy. And I've always tried to speak to that, but at the same time, like just head first into whatever conflict I can dive into. That includes debating before I knew what debating was. I mean, if you go and watch my earliest debates on Modern Day Debate, even though I still feel like I won them, I'm like, I was kind of an idiot back then, like, so it's been a learning process, but at the same time, it's been trying to stay on that same level. And then when shit got all fucked up, and I had this whole PC culture trying to influence me on how to dictate my chats or who I speak to. Don't speak to Misha Popoff anymore because he's a fucking whatever, or don't speak to fucking P Mars, or don't speak to this guy or that guy or this guy or that guy. And I just had to stop and say, I'm gonna talk to everybody.
Before I go, so I'm obviously why, and now there's a who. Who is the who? The who says.
Yeah. I mean, eventually, I feel like I'm gonna have to go public with everything.
no, I'm saying the same screen, the same avatar I picked. Now with why somebody's pick the same avatar as who. So who is who?
Well,
I was going to ask the same question. Why?
Who is? Oh wow! Why? Who is who? Wow!
Just to reiterate, I do want to say
fuck.
I am a fucking fan of Tart, and if you guys are not watching Tart, you really should be. Different approach than mine, but a beautiful approach. And Oz, dude, I want to thank you because I think you're the first person that actually came here and really confronted this issue with me. A lot of people have talked, but nobody has came to actually talk. And dude, I respect you so much more now. I mean, I respected you before. Don't get me wrong, but you're the first person to come here and be like, let's talk about this. And dude, I love you for that. I really do.
No, I appreciate that much, and much love. And I'm gonna hit the sack because I gotta go to work in the morning.
All right, man. I appreciate you coming on. You did not get a chance to meet soccer count.
I did not. I'll catch up with everybody. But peace out. I gotta go.
Hey, you take it easy, my brother. So
so I totally didn't expect. Well, Smokey, I'm gonna give Smokey credit real quick, and then we can get back to away from this shit. Smokey, you trolled well tonight. You got us sidetracked. You little bitch. All right, let's go.
So one of the things there's a couple things. The first thing I want to get on with, and I'm still. This is what I'm going to call you, just because. Rage is that.
Yeah, I'm totally gonna change. I'm gonna be
Right.
Nakasuchi forever, but I'm making a point right now. You know.
Yeah. I remember subscribed to you, and one of the reasons was I could see what you were putting in the chat, and I was like, I was reading what you were saying, and then I went to your channel. Like I kind of skim through some of the beginnings of some of the videos, and I was like, this is a guy that's kind of, he's not the same as all the others. This is somebody that's. I'm gonna be honest. One of the things I recognized about you is I was like, this is a guy who's. I could just tell that this is a guy who's been through some shit. Like, to quote Morgan Freeman in Shawshank Redemption. Yeah, to quote Morgan Freeman in Shawshank Redemption, I was like, this is a guy like me who's crawled through a river of shit and came out clean on the other side.
Dude,
you don't steal it. You know what? I don't
that
know if
is my
Smokey's still in the
story.
room. Yes, I don't know if Smokey's still in the room. He'll never get it. I've got some respect for Smokey. I gotta be honest. I do.
I'm not gonna lie. I have a respect for Smokey Saint. I do. I mean, he has been a good challenge. He has been.
Yes. But the one thing I will know, speaking for myself here, is he's not somebody who went to the park when he was 11 going on 12 years old and got jumped by 4 high schoolers who were in a rival gang to the gang that his stepbrothers were in. That's not something that happened to him. He didn't have to fight his way out of something like that. I have. That happened.
Yeah, and that is ultimately what I try to preach on my channel. So through all my vitriol, right? So when I go at Girl Defined, the one thing that I usually always end up talking about is their upbringing, right? Like you have had this upbringing that has led you to where you have been. Yeah, I mean, people don't understand the different worlds that exist in every fucking society in this country. Like you can be in a county and you can think your county is this thing, and then you go to this place and that county is a totally different thing. It is totally different.
People don't understand. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I've lived both sides of the tracks. I have been. I'm not gonna say I grew up desperately poor, but I grew up poor. I did. I've been on.
I grew up in the days of government cheese, and yes, we made macaroni and cheese with government cheese.
Yes, but I grew up on and I'm not going to say this encapsulates my the entirety of my early life. It's just a sort of a summation of the best way I can describe the most of it. I grew up on what you would call the other side of the tracks, and I think we all. Oh shit! I think we all know.
I gotta pause you real quick, Leo. I gotta pause you real quick, just because Soccer Count is the ultimate troll of all fucking time.
Christ, how? How did you do that?
Oh, who would have expected?
Green thing.
All right, go ahead, Leo. I just had to comment. Like, Soccer Count is the Soccer Counts of all Soccer Counts.
Yeah. So I know, growing up, I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't dirt fucking poor, but I grew up on the rough side of the tracks. That was in Des Moines, Iowa. Now, I will level with you. Des Moines ain't Detroit. It ain't Chicago. It ain't Los Angeles. That don't mean there ain't the same shit going on in that city.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it. I can't tell you how many times I've seen my stepbrothers, who are both beat into a gang, come home with blood on their sweat. I can't tell you how many times fights broke out in front of that house. I can't tell you how many pounds of drugs have been sold out of that house. I can't tell you how many hookers have been in that house.
Leo.
The one thing, hold on here, please. The one thing I can tell you is I have been on that side of the tracks right now. And since I was in 6th grade in 2007, 13 years ago, I've been in rural Iowa. So I know what it's like to grow up on a farm. I know what it's like to work your fucking ass off for every fucking cent you have, and you still can't make it. I know what that's like. I have lived both sides of it. I've lived on this side of the tracks where it's all big city and gangs. I've lived on that side of the tracks where it's rural and it's all racist. I know both sides very, very well, having lived in Iowa. The one thing I can tell you is people like Smokey don't get it. And I'm not trying to defend him. He just hasn't experienced. There's so, and it's not like everybody, like the guy that was in here before said, he's experienced some of this. 100%, I believe it. He knows what I'm talking about. Not everybody has been through the shit that like people like me and Rage and maybe others in this room out listening to it have been through. We know what it's like, go ahead.
All right, yeah. So Leo, I totally agree. And people don't understand. So my life has been rather weird, right? So, I grew up in.
Can I just cut you off real quick, just because I do have to get out.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to let you guys know before I just bounce out instead of just dropping like a. Well, I don't know. I didn't have an analogy there. Anyways,
we are going super late. I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, absolutely. We should get together and like have some conversations, because there's a lot of stuff I even wanted to address that you guys brought up that I just kind of didn't, because there's so many people in the chat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then,
there's always so much. Yeah, we could talk about. So
and
I will say, though, I do want to add just one quick thought.
A good guy. You're a good guy, Synagogue. I'm sorry, you are. You're a good guy.
And thank you. I really do appreciate that a lot. And that actually kind of helps lead into my point a little bit. Knock, you did ask earlier, and this is kind of the last thing I want to say before I kind of get out as sort of a general thought for the room, I guess. You asked earlier, like, how could I have any level of respect for X, right? X in this case being the Christian faith, and all the things that it, at least people who are followers of it, have put you through, right? And what I would say, and I know that I obviously would be approaching it to you a different way that I would be approaching it to Smokey, because to Smokey, I would just say something that is, simply the scriptures tell us to act otherwise. And obviously that's not going to be something that means anything to you. But what I would say is, I've had very similar experiences to your guys's, and in a lot of reverse ways. Being I don't think I'm a millennial. I think I'm past millennials, being 22. But being
what
in that.
What year were you born?
98.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
you're a millennial.
96 to 97. 2027 is generally considered the end of the millennial generation.
Okay.
So I should say at best I'd put you at the tail end of it. But
CJ Young. Yeah, CJ Young.
Well, and my point there just being that, I have had to deal with a lot of things that maybe a lot of other Christians didn't have to deal with. And a lot of Christians in my particular position have had to deal with those things, right? I've never known a world where I wasn't a minority in that sense. You know what I mean? And it's never been the case. I grew up in a relatively kind of, big, shall we say, ghetto area in Reno, and also in a relatively rural area. That's why I said a lot like
it was poor, wasn't it?
Moving to Idaho.
It was poor, wasn't it? You grew up in
a lot
of a poor area. Yeah.
Reno was, I got to be honest with you. When I say I had similar experience to yours, Leophilius, it's almost identical. I went from a really hard, rugged, poor area to living in, just rural kind of. It's kind of great. I like the
you've experienced it. You've experienced life. You've seen it, all of it, the both sides of it. I 100% get where you're coming from. 100%. Go ahead.
Well, and I guess the kind of to wrap up more of the point that I was trying to make is that, the same thing that has driven you to want to take on these people so that you're defending yourself has been used against me in the thing that I'm currently using to want to give charity to people and all that, right, has been used against you. Yeah. And so what I would say is, with that kind of an understanding, I'm not going to tell you how to run your channel by any stretch of the imagination, because it is your channel for sure. And I respect you either way. Same thing I said to Smokey last night. But I think there's a lot to be said for us having, respectful conversations that are to a certain extent saying, hey, listen, Mr. or Atheist, or in my case, Mr. Christian, who's going out and being the way that you're being. I don't appreciate that. I don't think that represents the way that we're trying to be here. You know what I mean? And of course, if that's not what you guys are interested in doing, of course, like I said, that's all your own personal problem.
I am. Can I be honest?
I know I'm going to be that way on the Christian side for sure. I'm not. I don't support Sam Shamoons, right? I don't support some of the people like Christian Prince, right? I'm not going to put my name behind those guys, because I think that the way that they treat people is vile. I would personally recommend that atheists drop guys like Aaron Roth for the same reason. He's just not respectable. Matt Dillahunty can be rough. I will give him that he is respectable, though.
Arn Ra knows the science, man. I mean, you have to respect Arn Ra's position. I don't know, CJ.
So I didn't want to comment on Aaron Ra just because I've got opinions on that. That would be a different discussion. But the one thing about Synagogue that I did want to mention is I listened to a little bit. I think it was yesterday. It might have been the day before, but I'm pretty sure it was yesterday that you were in with Smokey. And not that I agreed with everything, but I did agree with a lot of it. I did think that you came in, you made good points. You made your point. I have a lot of respect for you, Synagogue, CJ, just because I don't get from you, even if I disagree with you, I don't get from you the same thing I get from like people like Nephilim Free or others that I've interacted with.
No, but I do get from CJ that he was raised very fundamentally.
Yeah,
and I think that
he was raised religious. I get that.
Well, not only religious, but deeply conservative with some very, I don't know, but so CJ, I really enjoy you in talking to you, and I really want to get you on a one-on-one again. But when I actually get into the intervention you had with Smokey last night,
that was shit.
I have some issues.
I'm looking forward to that video, Rage. I'm just letting you know, I'm looking forward to that video. That's going to be good, because there's a lot of juicy content in there, if you know what I mean. And I think you know what I mean.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was so juicy.
I'm very
it was so juicy. I went live tonight to talk about it, and we just got. I mean, when Soccer wants to come on,
off hard.
I let Soccer come on.
Well, and without going too far into it, let me just kind of take a wild guess and say you don't necessarily have an issue with my criticisms of Smokey. You have an issue with maybe some of the more gendered language.
Well, I think that
agreed with
I
that, yeah.
honestly think that you were the only one in that room being honest with Smokey, right? And I think
100%.
I think that Smokey knew that he was talking to two people, and then he had you. And I also think that
noticed
you
that.
did not challenge Smokey when he said that I'm an anti-Semitic, and that's proven. And when he basically called me a fucking all-around bigot towards everybody. So I do have some issues with that, because I think that people need to tell Smokey that you cannot be bigoted against people that doesn't exist anymore.
The thing is, Rage,
Right.
I'm mixed. Black, Irish, German, and Native American. You've never had a problem with me. I've seen other people in here. You've never had a problem with them. You know, those types of claims are just unsubstantiated, and there isn't a lot of data to show that they're true. So, you know,
Yeah,
I
it just
those
drives me crazy.
baseless attacks. You know,
So I'm gonna go ahead and spoil it when I cover this shit. I've only watched the first half an hour, so there's still like a whole another hour for me to watch, right? But the only thing Smokey Saint admits to being wrong about is calling me retarded. That's the only thing that I saw that he admitted to being wrong to. And to me, and then I also saw Christians in the room. Nicholas, proclaimer of Messiah, little bitch that he is, and the Presbyterian, whoever the fuck that is, right? Like whoever even heard of this dude, are gonna talk about women as if they are inferior to men. And I think you might have backed them up on that, Synagogue. And if you truly believe in that, we're gonna have some fucking issues.
Well,
we should definitely talk about that, because your interpretation of people who believe in a patriarchal system is definitely, at least not all people for sure, but is definitely flawed. Because I can
everybody
prove
in that
believe
room
in a patriarchal system pretty quickly. Let me just ask straight up. And I do have to be quick, so we should schedule a stream on this, 'cause I really do have to go.
I didn't want to because I know you got to go, but like those were my issues. I didn't get to them tonight and all, but the conversation delved much deeper than Icky Taint and his bullshit. So
yeah, well, and I'll leave it with this just so you get a little bit of where I'm coming from before you start, because obviously you'll have a lot more questions, right? We'll get there. But let me just say, so do you think there's a difference between hitting a woman and hitting a man?
No. Personally, no. It depends. If you hit a man for no reason and you hit a woman for no reason, it's unjustified. If a man says something to you that you would hit him, and a woman says it and you would hit her, I got to be honest, I don't see a difference.
I'm going to be honest.
That's just me.
I'm going to be honest. I was raised in the South, so yes, I think that there is a big difference between hitting a woman and a man.
Well, why though? Why? Because I agree. By the way,
because it's indoctrination.
Well, I don't think so,
and I'm such a very, very big man. I mean, I am much bigger than most human beings.
Well, and to be fair, even if you weren't much bigger than, I'm not much bigger than most human beings, and I am bigger than all a countable number of women on one hand, right? That I've ever met, right? That is why I don't hit women, because I recognize that it's not fair. I have a certain level of power over them. I should not use that to my advantage. Right?
I have never I have never hit a woman. I have hit a lot of men.
I look at guys the same way that are smaller than me, that are more reserved than me. I look at them the same way as I would a woman who's the same case. I'm not gonna hit a guy who I know I'd fuck up for the same reason I'm not gonna hit a woman.
Well,
but the thing is, if you hit me as a woman, I'm punching you back. I'm sorry, I am.
Well, so I will clarify, because the one boxing match I ever lost in my life, I was 14 years old, and I was boxing my cousin Taya, and she beat my ass. So, In that context, like you know,
my ass. So my sister's a tough lady. Me and her have gone at it. She's beat my ass. I'm not afraid to admit
Well,
that. My
and
sister's
to be
fucking
clear, right? My point
nature.
in that was simply saying that most people, obviously, the affiliates, there'd be a little bit of a different way that me and you would go about that conversation. But generally speaking, I can assume men will answer that question a certain way because generally speaking, men think about it a lot of the same way that I think about it, which is that I am a lot bigger. That's just a scientific fact, and I shouldn't use that against you. That is a claim that basically admits that our species is inherently patriarchal. It doesn't mean that women are of lesser value. It doesn't mean that they can't do things like be senators. It does absolutely mean
structure has been
CJ. So the problem with that is that it only means that in the ancient world, right? So in the ancient world, we needed men to be hunter gatherers. We needed women to produce children so we could populate this world, overcome the animal kingdoms, because wolves were our major problems for so fucking long. So
then we domesticate
we are now in the ancient world. So these antiquated ideas no longer hold merit. Women can do what men do nowadays. They can be in the army. They can do all the things that men do. They can. I mean, there is just no justification for the male patriarchy to be superior to women when actually women might be superior to men.
Can I touch on that?
I have to hold on a second.
Well, so I do have to go, but I think that's a good
hold
way
on,
for
hold
each of us to end. That you leave me with that thought, I leave you with your thought, and then we should schedule like a full-on conversation about it. And maybe Leah Phillies, if you want.
So I just totally set up like another 6-hour conversation. So
hey, that's good. I do have to get out, but I appreciate the conversation, and I do like the thought because I think if I get to leave you with the thought, you should be able to leave me with the thought also.
Oh man, I appreciate you coming in, and yeah, this did not turn out how I thought it would. Smokey did well with his trolling, and fuck that guy. So yeah, have a good night, CJ.
Yeah, you as well, and
Twin,
I love your logo there.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Ronnie Tate. So yeah, don't be hitting up my dad, bitches.
I like that. Well, now that that Blue Fang's gone, I'm going to break up the rest of the band here because I got to take off as well. So,
yeah, thank you for hanging out so long, Sokka.
Yeah, Leo, you should check the private messages.
It's 3 in the morning. I got to go to bed. So
it's midnight here. I should probably get it going too. So I'll talk to you guys later.
It was fun,
thank
Sokka.
you, man. Thank you.
Always blessed.
All right, so yeah, we are gonna get out of here because if I don't go to sleep, I'm gonna regret my life tomorrow. So, I want to appreciate everybody, and yeah, this turned out weird and great, and fuck Smokey Saint. I honestly it was actually thinking about doing that anyway, because like I just don't really pay much attention to the Raging Atheist Facebook page, so might as well come to my Facebook page, Ronnie Tate II, bitches. Come argue with me.
I did send you a friend request. You'll know it. DG. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah,
DG.
so did I.
All right, yeah.
I sent you a message.
Send me friend requests, motherfuckers. Let's do it because that's where I'm at.
Hey, Rage. All you need to know is you'll see my face and you'll see a big ass steam locomotive behind me. Just accept because that's me.
Oh
that's
yeah, I'm gonna be accepting. So yeah, and if you're a troll and you come in on my Facebook page, we're gonna have some fun. So, all right, guys, thank you guys so much. Thank you for hanging out all night. It's been a weird one, but at the same time, we're gonna do Smokey Saint's intervention probably tomorrow after work. So, come join us. I'm gonna open it up again, so it'll be fun.
Yeah, Smokey's just one of those guys that just the
Let's
best
see
way
if we can get to the video next time.
Yes, we will get to the video next time. Yes, we will.
Smokey's one of those guys who just doesn't get it. He's been sheltered. He just if I showed him around a little bit, he wouldn't know what the fuck to do. That's all I can say. That's all I can say.
I will say, like I had come to the conclusion he's a Poe, right? Like he's just fake. But then I've had conversations with people that really make me think he's not a Poe, he's just a liar, right? So he is a deep fundamentalist, always has been. He has a deep fundamentalist interpretation of the Bible, and people need to recognize that about Smokey Saint. He's not a Poe. He's a fundamentalist trying to play as a progressive Christian. That is Smokey Saint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say, Rage, just thank you for letting me kind of, and for a second there, go off on your channel, even though I was muted. I was still going on.
Well, dude, I thought it was beautiful because now like you're gonna have to figure out Discord so you can go to Drag Server and they can educate you on philosophy, because they offered to do it to me so long ago and I just didn't do it.
So. I just don't accept solipsism, and I will never accept solipsism because there isn't anything indicating that it has a level of truth. So that's
your
just me.
steadfast acceptance of your belief system is admirable, Leo. you stood against fucking Immutable Destiny. I mean, like Sky Out just started being quiet because he lost to them immediately. And you just like, fuck y'all, let's do this. So
yeah, that's the way I am. I mean, it's just, and I love Immutable because he's just so brilliant. He really
that dude is smart. He pissed me off. Yeah. Like when I first went to fucking
he'll piss you off, but he's so smart, you know?
Dude, when I first went to Smokey's channel, Immutable was in the chat and he made me so mad. I'm like, what are you doing? And now it's like also clear because the dude is just fucking brilliant, right? So
yes, he's the only one, literally one of the very few people that's been capable of keeping pace with me on quantum mechanics, and I love it. I just love it.
Yeah, he's so smart.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Bob.
And that's what I've always said. Like, I want to surround myself by smart people. That makes my very average intellect like just go up. So.
That's very true, Rage. That's what I do.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm talking about. All right, guys. I want to thank you guys. Go ahead, Leo. Go ahead.
I was going to say the only thing I want to say is anything that you want to do deals with astrophysics, cosmology, quantum mechanics. All you got to do is let me know. I'll be glad to be a part of that. I'm not a professional, but it might sound somewhat. I know. I will tell you as much as professionals do. So
I will tell you,
so long.
There will be part 2 to mine and Travis's debate, but I'm not entering it until I'm comfortable. So I will not lose to Travis again. So
yeah. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Soccer, for coming in. Thank you guys for the heated conversation. Not so much thank you for, actually thank you for me revealing Ronnie Tate II, because you know what? Fuck all you guys.